Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission says Kenyans can register as voters from any location across the country. Speaking in Kiambu Town, Elections Officer Beatrice Sakimuli said voters are not limited to registering where they currently live. The commission is urging more people to register before the April 28th deadline. Several students were injured at University of Kabianga on Monday after part of a building broke off, causing panic. The university says the incident happened at Lecture Theatre, Block 4, when debris fell onto a ramp during a lecture. The injured students are receiving treatment as investigations continue.
Engineer wetu kutoka Public Works, Engineer Aurora, ametembelea University of Kabianga, akaangalia mahali hiyo simenti ilitoka na akatoa hakikisho kwamba hii building iko sawa. Ni hiyo plaster peke yake, tunaita plaster, ilitoka na ikatoa sauti ya juu, wanafunzi wakakimbia wakaumia. Tunasema pole kwa wanafunzi ambao walipata jeraha moja ama mbili, na tunawaombea ili wapate nafuu.
Residents of Soin village in Molo constituency in Nakuru County have raised concern over rising cases of livestock theft. They say the incidents have created fear and insecurity in the area. This follows a recent case where raiders broke into a home and slaughtered a cow.
Sijaiona, ni kitu ya kustua sana, na tunasema kwamba maaskari wa area, because tuko na police post hapa na tunaona wameongezewa kwa police station. Tugoomba at least OCS wa Molo atusaidie sehemu hii ya Sowin, because OCS usipoingilia maneno tutasaidika aje? Nataka at least OCS atume askari wake wakuje waweze kuangalia na jinsi ya kuona jinsi ambavyo wataweza kukamata hao wezi.
Hii sio maneno ya kawaida. Na nataka niwaeleze watu wa Soin, kijiji ya Soin, sublocation ya Soin, mvumilie, muwe na amani.
The Nigerian Air Force says it has launched an investigation after dozens of civilians were reportedly killed in an airstrike on a market on Saturday. The strike happened at Jili Market along the border between Borno and Yobe states as military aircraft were hunting Islamist militants. Local residents and Amnesty International say more than 100 people lost their lives. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 4 minutes past 6 o'clock. How are you doing? My name is Mungala Mbuvi and I'm seated here with one City Muga. City Muga, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama.
Inakani kama hii homa imeanza kukuondokea because hata sura imebadilika, macho yamefunguka, nywele imekuwa nyeusi kidogo, naona your pores za skin zimefunguka. Uko sawa bro?
Ilikuwa ni mafua hii jana, ilikuwa kwenye
hiyo kitu ilikuwa inakaa ni kama kuna mahali inakupeleka,
ni kama kuna mzigo nilikuwa nimeweka kwa shingo.
It's like yani this is really weighing on you properly.
Hii homa sijui ni aina gani. Inaanza kama unawashwa koo.
Ndio.
Ukakaa kidogo, pua ndio hiyo, makamasi yanafuatilizia. Sasa kila wakati tu ni kupuliza nini yote.
Naam. Kupuliza mafua yani, yes, makamasi yale.
Yeah, atoke.
Right.
Then after wali inaisha kidogo.
unasikia sasa hapo imeanza kufungana kidogo. Lakini kuashwa kwa koo bado ipo.
Lakini umemeza ile wanaitanga lozenges?
Hapana.
Umemeza nini? Inaitwaje ile kitu ile ya kukohoa ile expectorant?
Hapana.
Umepuliza ile kitu ya asthma ile?
No, I'm not asthmatic.
I know. I'm just asking all these things to get
unataka tupige story.
Yes.
Okay, iko hivi.
Umekunywa busaa?
Angalau ngisema baba.
Waragi.
Waragi.
Imekusaidia hiyo?
Hiyo ingesaidia sana bwana. Hiyo.
If bad.
Kwanza ukipasha moto kidogo bwana, ukunywe.
Unakuwa sawa kabisa.
Mazee unajisikia sikio yafunguka, pua yafunguka, macho yafunguka.
Kabisa.
Na unaisikia uko jekta vile uko sawa kabisa.
You've got the power.
Uko na hiyo power.
Kama ile ya Dr. Oburu.
Ya ile powerful inaongezeka.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Bro, sio ile bwana.
Wewe utaki power.
Mimi sitaki power.
Hey, Noma. Last night I was here, City. I co-hosted the show with Hanifa Adan, one of the latest additions to Radio Generation. It was a new experience. We had a conversation with Honorable Sankok, MP for Yala. We also had Senator Roba, former nominated senator. It was, like I said, a very interesting conversation. I got to experience a new audience. Kule usiku bwana, si watu kama wale watu wa hapa asubuhi. Kule usiku ni watu nocturnal. Yeah, hata mambo wanakuambia pale katika inaitwaje huu mtandao wetu wa YouTube. Si yale mambo watu wa mchana wanasema. But I think I saw Ndungu, and Ndungu is here with us, saying good morning guys, greetings from Tigoni. Mbuvi, you are here after a night shift. Great dedication. Yes, Ndungu, I actually love my job. So
usione ni kitu kikubwa vile.
Si big deal yani.
Si bigi.
Si big deal. Yes. Lakini tupo hapa. Asante sana Ndungu for also being here last night. All right, so let me tell you what is significant about today. Today is the 14th day of April 2026. But in history, there's something called the Pony Express. Now, the first Pony Express rider arrives in San Francisco carrying mail from Missouri. This is in 1860. That's like 100 and something years ago. And also in 1865, 5 years after the Pony Express, Lincoln assassination, President Abraham Lincoln was shot by John Wilkes, or is it Wilkes? Yeah, John Wilkes Booth at Wilkes, at Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C. He died the following morning.
Nani Wilkes?
No, the president. The president. Yes, after being shot. Was it in the head or in the neck?
Head.
In the head, eh?
Alikuwa anaangalia movie. No, sorry.
Yeah, play. It was at the theater, yes. And he was there with his wife.
Yes, he was there with his wife.
And then Mr. Booth approached him from behind. Alafu ni kama alimshtua kidogo, jamaa kuangalia nyuma, akaachilia ile risasi.
Yeah, Booth mwenyewe pia nasikia alikuwa actor hivi.
That is how he was able to gain
entrance hapo. Yeah, alikuwa mmoja wako watu wa hasani na kadhalika.
Yeah, but wakati huo protection ya president wa Amerika ikuanga kama vile ilivyo saizi.
Well, they say you learn from these experiences.
So as time goes by, for sure,
you realize that not everybody with whom you share the country has the same positive intentions as you towards the president. So you take precaution.
Yes.
In a country where people are allowed to carry arms, it's a First Amendment situation.
Right.
Yeah. Yani kila mtu anaruhusiwa kuwa na bunduki.
Ndio.
Hiyo mzuri sana. You cannot tell where the danger is going to come from, do you?
You can't.
Yes.
You could be seated with your co-host here and then kidogo umkasirisha kwambie si tumesema apologize. You're not apologizing. I said apologize.
Wajua hapo tu.
Tunamalizana.
Yes, and then baada hapo mwingine atatokea but you're dead.
Yeah. That's the thing.
Yeah.
No matter what happens after that.
You'll be quite dead.
In the more recent past, in 2003, the Human Genome Project was completed. Yeah. So an international team of researchers announces the successful completion of the Human Genome Project. In case you're wondering, what is the Human Genome Project? They mapped the entire human gene.
They did.
Well, they called it genome, but...
And what they did, they claim encompassed the entirety of the human gene.
Yes.
I see.
They know which gene causes this, which gene does this, which gene inhibits what. They know the gene that causes the black coloration we have as Africans, the one that causes the brown coloration that, you know, people from probably Latino Asia have. That is what they mapped, and they know everything. The gene responsible for your eyes, the gene responsible for your beard, the gene responsible for your kidneys and everything that comes with it. So basically, if they wanted, they can target a specific gene to alter it in whatever way. So in case, for example, for children, unborn children, they can tell congenital diseases even before they manifest in the child. They can tell this particular gene is going to be a problem. They can know the dominant genes in in couples, for example, and they can tell that the child that you're going to give birth to is probably going to have this kind of characteristics or this kind of defect, and so on and so forth. So it's a good thing. That particular thing that
And what happens when they make a mistake and you've relied on them fully?
What do you mean by a mistake?
You are telling me that when they do whatever testing they do to determine your genealogy or the genome, are you telling me that in that process, let me bring it out something more realistic.
Yes.
When there is a tussle about a child and you want to understand the genetics, and then you're a little more adventurous and you want to more or less predict what sort of person this child will be.
Yes.
What if they get it wrong?
What if they get it wrong? Then they get it wrong. But in many cases, they don't get it wrong because, for example, they can decide to, you and your wife, for example, can decide to have a child that has blue eyes. Now, obviously,
why would I want a child with blue eyes?
It's an example, City. So they know the specific gene for eye color. They can minus, if for example you as a couple you have black eyes, so that means chances are your child 100% is going to have black eyes, right? But they can extract that gene for black eye and introduce the one for blue eye, and you will give birth to a child that has got blue eyes. You want a child with blonde hair and you're a black couple, that can also be organized. You want a child who has got a specific characteristic like a fair skin, that can also be organized.
That's playing God.
It is playing God, but they don't care.
That is why I asked. Since as human beings going about this thing, a mistake could be made.
It can be made, yes.
It will be made. There's no can.
And then
there's nothing that human beings have gone into and innovated and found out, which with time isn't corrected or hasn't found to have been flawed. The knowledge and the technology we have as of this time is what enables us to say that. Okay? In the time that we are moving towards, technology will come along and will tell us these things which we thought were this, they're not quite this. They are actually, in fact, that.
Yeah.
That is the point I'm trying to make.
All right.
Yes. So when they say they've mapped out completely, you have to qualify. Given the technology of the times in which we live in, and the research that we've done and everything that we've done, as of this moment in time, this is our knowledge and this is our finding, then it is correct. But don't say, done, quisha. No, not true.
Yeah.
Not true.
But also look at the positives of this. For example, let's say that you were, when a child is developing in its mother's womb and there's a congenital condition such as spina bifida, that can be corrected before the child is born. Mtoto anayezaliwa na spinal cord zake zimewachana. Kwa hivyo kabla hata hajatoka kwa tumbo ya mama yake, that can be corrected such that when you give birth to this child, you are not giving birth to a child with so unazaa mtoto ambaye ako healthy kama watoto wengine.
There are extremely many positive things about it.
For sure.
Okay? If you have a hereditary condition and many others, when it is used as it ought to, for the benefit of mankind, see, that really isn't my point.
Right.
I took that left view completely for a simple reason. That is when we have our problems. When it isn't used for the benefit for which it was intended.
True.
Dynamite wasn't intended to go around blowing up people.
No. But here it is.
Yes, Alfred Nobel hadn't realized what he did. Why do you think he set up that fund for the Nobel Prize?
The same guy who created the AK-47.
Yes.
Alexander Kalashnikov.
Yes.
He did not do it for this weapon to be used to kill.
No.
It was a hunting weapon.
Yes.
But here we are.
Yes.
Afande anaishikilianga hapa kwa parapara na ukicheza na yeye atamalisana na wewe pia. So it is what it is. Hata kisu ilitengenezwa tukate carrot lakini tunasikianga once in a while mtu alitunga ingine, so it's a problem, my friend. Tupatie methali yetu.
Tuko Uganda.
Yes, we are in the land of Sebu and Nyabu.
Yes, exactly. My mother is the best baby carrier, says the baby.
When was the baby interviewed?
This is the view of the mother, and this is the mother interpreting the child's views.
Our Uganda. So according to the baby, the mother is the best baby carrier.
Kabisa kuna mwingine. Hakuna.
But ni kweli, sababu mtoto mara nyingi huwa anabebwa na mama yake, na hata akibebwa na mwingine huwa analia, anapiga nduru, anataka arudishwe kwa mama yake.
That is very true. And yet there are people who the baby sees for the first time. Hakuna kelele. Mtoto wengine. The baby you approach the baby.
It's a wrap.
They're yelling. You wonder kwani.
Children fear adults who wear specs. I don't know if you've ever noticed that. Well, not all children, but many children, because I also wear miwani once in a while. Niki approach mtoto na miwani, ile nduru naonanga wakipiga.
I don't know, me I have the complete opposite. Yes, they reach out for the glasses.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't know.
Or they reach out for the beard. Yes. So now, I don't have a proverb that explains that.
Yes.
But that's what my experience is. So I tend to, the moment I see them reaching out, I remove my glasses.
Wakenya wanakuanga na similar proverb. Is it Wakenya ama to just the rest of the world has got a similar proverb to what you just given us? Wanasemanga mtu ambaye hajatembea sana anasemanga chakula cha mama yake ndicho bora zaidi duniani.
And they have an extremely valid point. They are talking about their lived experience.
Yes.
Yes.
But there are people who have visited and they have tasted their mother's cooking.
Very good.
Okay, I wanted to say the opposite. But you know what? Let's go with your version.
Let's go with my version and let's leave mother's cooking out of this.
I agree. I concur.
We concur.
It is time for us to get into that beautiful website that is radiogeneration.co.ke. Why don't you log on and see what's currently trending, making headlines, and so on and so forth.
And so forth.
For example, farmers move away from Hustler Fund as alternative borrowing rises. Now, Tanya Wanjiku has posted this story 16 minutes ago. Let's read and see what it's all about. Farmers are increasingly turning away from the Hustler Fund as a source of credit, even as borrowing for farming activities continues to rise. According to a Central Bank of Kenya survey that points to a shift in preferred lending options. The finding shows the use of this state-backed loan scheme dropped to 4% in January 2026, down from 20% in November of 2024, and 10.3% in July of 2023. At the time, more farmers reported relying on other sources of financing to support production needs. How much money does Hustler Fund give? What's the limit? Because I remember when they launched it, Rigiji alipima yake ikakuja akasema yake loan limit yake ni 1500.
You know, if you are asking me to explain what I understood,
right,
and my understanding was buffeted enormously.
Yes.
When the PS in that particular State Department came and explained it. There are people who've never had a loan of 500 shillings.
Okay.
And there are very many. The understanding of that particular loan was, kama unauza njugu.
Yes.
Kama unauza mapera.
Right. Mahindi choma.
That is ideal for you.
Kama unauza mtura.
Yes. Kama unauza peremende.
Right. That is your...
That, hiyo ndio bracket yako. Kama unauza balloon. Zile so that children can
laugh.
Yes. That
is the target audience.
My thinking.
Okay.
And the understanding was when you pay steadily over a period of time, then increase it to 1,000, maybe 1,500, and so forth. So it was one of the, should we say, an exercise in trying to determine when people can actually develop a culture of borrowing and paying at the same time.
Yes. And actually, yes, you're right. PS Susan Mangeni did say that.
Yes. Now, once you are able to do that, then they graduate you to another forum where you can now borrow more. That was where the youth fund now came in. You demonstrated. But better still, they would plug you into the commercial setting. And commercial settings would be able to give you a loan at a determined rate, not the commercial one.
Yes.
But because of you've been graduated from this.
No, umekuwa kwa CRB, you're in the good books.
Yes. Now, KCB has a program called Tujiajiri. They have something similar, but they work with people who are already doing some business and they want to expand it. You've had some training, but you do not have the means to ply your trade. They also afford you a certain loan for operations up to a certain level at a non-commercial rate.
So that is similar to Nyota Fund, for example.
I'm trying to, yes. But then the hand-holding begins earlier, okay? And they don't take as many, a larger group as Nyota did, but same thinking. Now, the understanding that over time, if your business grows, since they know you and they understand what you do, it is easy for them to even do what? To even give you more money. They go as far as even giving you a facility, a grant, for equipment that you can use in your business. Grant.
Okay.
Come and motor mechanic, all those things that you require. And they partner with a renowned company like Bosch.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. They make tools.
Yes. So you get quality tools to do what you're doing. Now, when you cannot pay that 500, it becomes difficult for somebody to give you 1,000. When you give you 1,000, you seem to have a problem with paying it. They will never give you more than 1,000. Because they figure, if you give this guy 1,500, we begin to get in trouble. The idea is this is money you do business with when you have arrived at a point. But you see, some of these are not told to you up front in a way that educates you. Okay? It's explained that way. Nyota, they've attempted to do the complete opposite. They've attempted to actually get many people who understand this, hand holding these people and walking with them physically. You train them in person, you walk with them so that you can see how they are getting on with it. Walking means you see how the business is started. Every so often you come and see how it's going.
They're faring.
Whether they're saving, whether they're putting money aside, all those things. And as you get more money and as you're able to, again, the same transition, they take you to a place where you can now access more money.
Yeah.
That's the understanding. With the Hustler Fund, they didn't bother to go into these details. So if people use that money as pocket money,
it's a wrap.
It's done.
You know, they're saying that launched in 2022, the Financial Inclusion Fund, commonly known as the Hustler Fund, was designed to provide affordable loans ranging from 100 to 50,000. Okay, so kuna limit ya 50K, to support small businesses and informal sector workers. It was intended to ease access to quick credit for daily operations such as buying inputs and paying labor. All right, sawa. Of course, farmers need more than 50,000.
Not necessarily.
There's a story here from last night. Now, this one is on Senator Roba. Roba accuses Parliament of stalling people-centered bills to serve executive interests. Former nominated Senator Gloria Roba has accused Parliament leadership of deliberately stalling people-focused legislation, claiming that key proposals such as the Sanitary Towels Bill of 2024 have been slowed down by systemic obstruction within Parliament of Kenya. Speaking during an interview with us yesterday, Roba said both the National Assembly of Kenya and the Senate of Kenya are no longer operating independently, alleging that external influence is shaping which bills move forward and which are left to stall. Now, I asked her, what usually happens in Parliament as far as bills are concerned? And she said we probably need an entire show, like we dedicate some 3 hours just to discuss that whole process. And I remember, I don't know if it's her or a different MP that I'd asked, and they said, my friend, huko vitu zinasonganga kama unajulikana bwana. And I was like, we, pia ukifika Parliament, after umengangana huku nje umeitisha kura, it's all about kujuana huko ndani. Yeah, it's a difficult time. Also, we did host Sankok, and he said corruption has become contagious in Kenya. So let's just read this one by David Abonyo. An East Africa Legislative Assembly member has accused Kenya's justice system, political leaders, and members of public of fueling corruption, saying weak punishment and public acceptance of illicit money have allowed graft to thrive across the country. Speaking yesterday, David Sankok said corruption continues to grow because penalties imposed on the offenders are too lenient compared to the amount of public funds stolen, weakening deterrence. You know, he actually said that, you see, at the end of the day, something needs to be done about the judiciary, because anasema mtu amepelekwa kotini akona kesi, then ameiba 1 billion, anapatiwa bail ya 100 million, alafu kesi yake inachukua 20 years kitambo isikike. Akasema, you know, that's a very good business model because the return on investment is huge. You invest nothing, you pay expenses of 10% and you make 90%. And I agreed with him because I was like, wow. So alikuwa anasema, the same way people had Occupy Parliament, Occupy State House, perhaps it's time they think of Occupy Judiciary, and perhaps things will take a turn.
Right. Notice has been given, has it not?
Yes, it is. It has been given indeed. Yeah. Senator Thangwa moves to claim fears as Methu arrest rumors spread. I heard this yesterday.
Being arrested for the comment he made in Nyandarua,
and perhaps many others. Yes.
Yeah, but then how is it that those comments amount to something that is an offense that warrants an arrest?
Exactly. Like, what would they charge him with?
What are they going to charge him with?
But rumors had it that it was treason.
Treason? No, it doesn't qualify.
Exactly. So they are saying that a wave of online claims suggesting Nyandarua Senator John Methu has been arrested caused panic on Monday morning, forcing Kiambu Senator Karungo Thangwa to step in and confirm that the legislator was safe and not in custody. Reports spread rapidly on social media alleging that John Methu had been picked up by unknown authorities and moved to Kisumu, triggering confusion among his supporters before any official statement had been issued. Yeah. Bona wamupeleke Kisumu hata kama ingekuwa ni kumshika. Surely. Hata kama mnataka kukamata mtu na mumwekelee mashida hata kama ni fake. But it is confirmed that he wasn't arrested. Mhesha alikuwa tu sawa, ametulia. Hakuwa na noma yoyote. And of course we got that information from his counterpart, Kiambu Senator Karungo Thangwa, aka Pablo. Yeah. So he's fine. Na ingekuwa ameshikwa anyway, Rigathi Gachagua angekuwa ashatuambia in every known language. Angekuwa ameenda kwa street mushike Methu. Na Gachagua amenyamaza tu. Hiyo kidogo ingekuwa ish. Ministry advertises vacancies for University Council chairpersons and members. Wacha niwaambie what happened yesterday. But let me read this one first. It's by Rose Achieng. So Rose ametuambia the Ministry of Education has advertised vacancies for chairpersons and members of councils in public universities and university constituent colleges, setting new academic and integrity requirements as it moves to reinforce governance structures ahead of the upcoming student placement exercise. Yesterday, City Wasu walikuwa wanazusha juu ya University of Nairobi because University of Nairobi doesn't have, apparently I didn't know until yesterday, they do not have a vice chancellor and deputy vice chancellor. Kwa hivyo pale the dons from University of Nairobi walikuja wakasema they have given the government, I don't know how many hours to appoint someone substantive or persons rather.
It's not the government that who appoints.
Sasa yes.
No, baba, unajua hata waseme kitu ambayo inaeleweka. They should explain to the public how it is you appoint VCs.
Yes.
Or DVCs or what have you. Okay? So that when they make the statement of we want the government to do this, we understand exactly what the processes are. Okay, because the university have a senate, they have a council.
They do.
So what do?
They do.
Yeah.
So and they also mentioned that there's a lot of interference as far as University of Nairobi is concerned.
There's always interference in all public universities. What are they saying that is not new?
Yeah, so walisema wanataka vice chancellor na chancellor, no, not chancellor but vice chancellor na deputy vice chancellor.
Do you remember the saga of the vice chancellor of Kenyatta University? Remember when Uhuru wanted him to give up some land and he said over my dead body?
Yes.
Nakumbuka hiyo?
Nakumbuka vizuri sana.
Uhuru couldn't sack him. Uhuru had to get the legislated body that can either employ or sack him to sack him. Remember? See, Uhuru left the job of being president.
Yeah.
See, he went back. And who brought him back? It wasn't the president. That same body. Okay?
Yes.
Is that brought him back. So now, when somebody starts talking about these positions and immediately launches and says the government must do this. I have to ask, what are you talking about?
Because they say the University Academic Staff Union, UASU, University of Nairobi chapter, has called on the University Council and the Ministry of Education to immediately appoint the substantive Vice Chancellor together with the Deputy to address the prolonged leadership vacuum and deteriorating situation at the university. So they were like, you Council, you, and you Ministry, whatever it is that you guys do, collude or whatever.
They know exactly how it happens.
Make the process faster.
They know exactly how it happens. Exactly.
Yeah.
I think they've been silent for a long time and they're looking for something to do.
So you mean UASU?
Yes, of course. What do you think I mean? Has the university been functioning?
Well, they're saying that it has been functioning comme ci, comme ça.
Nonsense. Even when nonsense, utter nonsense. University of Nairobi, did you see the back and forth on the wall they had with the VC that was there, the one before then?
There was Professor Kiama.
Yes.
Then there was another professor.
Yes. And so how exactly was the university functioning then?
But what is the problem in these universities? Because even Kenyatta University at one point had issues where Professor Wainaina was in and out. At one point we were not sure whether is he in.
Yeah, but
at another point,
you had offended Uhuru, remember?
Yeah, it was that land issue, right?
Yes, and I don't understand why Uhuru is kicking a fuss. He has more land than the university. Why didn't he give that entity he wanted land for? Why didn't he give them a piece of his land? If it's land, that was the issue. Monsieur Lewy, are the university natakia nini? And the university have used for it.
Yes. Wacha tu niseme kama wewe CT, hata mimi sielewi.
No, sielewi, and I also don't understand what this big hoo-ha is about. If you're talking about uncertainties within the leadership and the administration leadership of the University of Nairobi, we've had the back and forth for a very long time. The moment the late Professor Magoha left, there was somebody who was... Bro, easy siasa as a university. In fact, I'm not saying anything more.
Yeah.
Except easy siasa as the University of Nairobi.
Kuna vile.
Maze kuna vile.
But universities are big businesses, eh?
They are enormous businesses.
From receiving grants.
Kuna watu ambao si waliletwa na nani. Kuna nani alikuwa sijui. There was a Professor Mbeche who it was said alikuwa ni mtu wa Magoha.
Mimi nilikuja kujua universities make money. Wakati nilikuanga Kenyatta University. Our Vice Chancellor then was Professor Olive Mugenda.
Yes.
Professor Olive Mugenda, every time she left the country, she would bring a lot of money for development within Kenyatta University. That is one thing I'll say.
You remember
nakumbukanga.
Yes.
Kwa kienda anarudi na pesa tunajenga sijui building gani, sijui hostels. Anaenda anarudi tunajenga sijui library. Anaenda anarudi there's new infrastructure, there's roads within the university.
It's in her time that the hospital started being built.
And then there's that as well.
Yes.
President Kibaki came to Kenyatta University twice during her tenure. Groundbreaking of all these places. Professor George Saitoti also came to Kenyatta University at one point, and I remember because I performed for him, nilimfanyia stand-up comedy hapo.
Kaskit kidogo hivi.
Alafu tukaenda tukakula naye lunch huko hivyo baadaye. So those are, like, I remember the ministers that came there, the ambassadors that came there. Huyu Prince Andrew mwenye alifukuzwa juzi, jamaa alikuja hapo wakati wa Professor Mgenda. Hapo nilikuja by the universities, they make money. And I would understand when anybody and everyone has an interest in all these public universities. Zinatengenezanga do. Wakati wa traffic ndio huu sasa hivi.
Traffic.
We're looking at Mombasa Road. Mombasa Road is very clean. And then there's something that happens in Nairobi every single morning for the last couple of days. It rains. I don't understand how, because mali natokanga huko kuna kwanga dry as a bone. But yes, the roads are actually looking clean right now. If you look at Ngong Road, it's also moving quite swiftly. Going Skodek inakaa iko fit pia. Dennis Pretty iko sawa, Kikambala, Gitanga huko. Watu wa Ngong Road pia naona hamna stress yote. Southern Bypass is looking clean. Actually, Southern Bypass is clean 24/7. Then kuna hii barabara ya Langata Road pia iko sawa wakati wa sasa. Magadi Road, watu wanaenda huko Multimedia University of Kenya, mko sawa kabisa. No complaints coming through. If I move all the way to, I did mention Mombasa Road, right? If I'm looking at Enterprise Road right now and you want to join it, please do. Iko sawa kabisa. As a matter of fact, barabara yenye iko na traffic hapa tu ni Jogoo Road kidogo. Kuna huko side za Manyanja kidogo as you're joining Outer Ring Road. And then there is the usual place that we call Muthaiga, but you all understand it's like a small traffic. About 5 minutes delay. Then from there, you move quite well. watu wa Isili mko sawa kabisa. Nimesema kutoka Kenyatta University huko pia leo ni kama hakuna shida nyingi sana, mnasonga vyema. Githurai Market pia iko noma kidogo tu, lakini si unajua ni kwa sababu ya stage. Ukipitia side ya juu mnasonga vizuri sana. Nikiangalia the coastal region coming all the way from Funzi Island, barabara zako ziko sawa. Naona watu wa uko Kivumoni, barabara zako ziko fiti pia. Mombasa Island itself is looking clean. Also Wild Waters, that area of Nyali, the roads in there are looking fantastico. Watu wa Mtopanga, hata Mtopanga kumbe hii place ina Wangaril. Nilikuwa dhani it's a fictional place.
No,
yeah. Mtopanga nilikuwa dhani
it's not fictional.
Because nilikuwa nashangaa ni mto upi huo unaitwa Panga, lakini Mtopanga hiyo barabara yote Old Malindi Road iko sawa. But if you see something on the roads that we need to know about, hala at brother. Let's dive into the papers right now and check out what's making headlines in the dailies. And I will start with the People Daily. Ruto cabinet graft crisis is what they're calling it, even as the president insists his administration has zero tolerance they're saying zero tolerance to corruption. Key ministries continue to get engulfed in a never-ending stream of scandal. This story is on page 4. So they have pictured here CS Opiyo Wandayi of Energy, Aden Duale of Health. Then we have Lee Kinyanjui as well, Alfred Mutua, and Julius Migos Ogamba. Education iko na shida for sure. Health tunajua kwa for sure.
Education inaendelea kuwa na shida. Ogamba didn't invent the problem.
For sure.
No.
Hazi kwanza na yeye.
Yes.
But zimeendelea kiwa.
He has found them. You get the impression he's just a flower girl there. They can't really make any firm decision, can't really bring changes.
Yes.
Other people make those decisions on his behalf. That's the impression I get.
Hapo kwa labor ministry ya Alfred Mutua, what's not happening? Of course, we've had all these scandals in the last couple of months. Yes, for sure.
Well, one senator, Roba, has not spared Alfred Mutua.
Yes.
with her utterances and allegations. And on the times, during the time she has been in this studio and we've spoken with her, she lays the blame of Kenyans who've gone abroad and then have encountered myriad of problems squarely at his doorstep. Squarely.
Like Papo Hapo.
Yes.
Like you like saying bang in the middle.
Yes, not at he. Well, this is one of the many alternatives that exist. This is the only alternative ni hiyo.
Yeah. Kitu sielewi ni hapo kwa Trade and Investments Ministry ya Lee Kinyanjui. Shida iko wapi haswa?
Trade and Investment. Watu kama Opiyo Wandayi wakitaka kuimport vitu. There's some
Now I see the connection. But continue, please.
Yeah, when the ministry that Opiyo Wandayi heads, they need to talk to Lee Kinyanjui.
Yes. So hapo ndio kizungumkuti kinaingilia.
Ni muhimu aongee na Lee.
Haya. Yes. Alafu wanasema pia on the inside of this paper, Muturi, government's running parallel treasury over Kenya shillings 5 trillion fund. Government is running a parallel treasury over the 5 trillion fund. Oh, this is the National Infrastructure Fund. This is what they're talking about.
And how they're presenting it. They're presenting it as something that the government is doing which is wrong.
Well, they're saying that it's outside them. You remember we hosted Arnold Maliba here some couple of weeks ago. Forget when we hosted him last year, but some weeks back, and we were discussing the National Infrastructure Fund. Yes. And he said that this 5 trillion fund is basically the president's kitty for his campaigns.
Those are his views.
Of course, yes.
He did not provide any support for whatever he was saying.
Yeah.
Yes, but he made the statement anyway.
Na aliongelea kuhusu how the leadership of that fund is going to be constituted, or how its constitution might lead to it being plundered. So
what is it that cannot be plundered in this country?
Okay. Good question.
You see, the infrastructure fund and the idea behind it makes sense. The sovereign wealth fund also makes a great deal of sense. These are things that a country actually needs. But if you look at countries that have sovereign wealth funds,
yes,
it is when they make their money through the resources that they have.
Yeah.
What you may refer to as excess, for lack of a better term, is what they put into that sovereign fund. It's a saving of the country. But the sovereign fund isn't static. It is invested. It's like when we paid NSSF, that money isn't static as such. NSSF would seek to invest it, but they had a tendency of investing it in large buildings, which was supposed to generate money one way or the other. Okay, if one of the things that made me understand the beauty of the sovereign fund was at the height of the problems that Israel has with Gaza, when the genocide, not the talked about genocide, the genocide, because that's what it is, not was. Norway withdrew the investments they had made in Caterpillar. You know Caterpillar, the company that makes...
Yes, earth movers.
Yeah, those massive earth movers.
Yeah.
And part of the reason was because some vehicles made by Caterpillar were used to move debris in Gaza. They said, Abana,
this is not the business we invested in.
No. You guys are involved in that nonsense.
Yeah.
We are not. We removed the money. That's what it's supposed to be for. And it's actually meant for the future. Okay? Should the oil run out, we have money. If you look at the countries that are the highest, largest amounts of sovereign funds, you will find that they also have natural resources that they exploit very, very well. Okay. Or the resources that they have, they also exploit extremely well and they're able to put that money aside. You are talking about the Middle East countries.
Yes.
Qatar, the Emirates. Oh, they have sovereign wealth funds. 1.1 trillion, 1 trillion. Not doing too badly.
Yes.
Not doing too badly. No, Singapore, $800 billion US dollars sovereign fund.
They're also getting close to 1 trillion.
Yes. So it's a deliberate move that they make to ensure that the country and the citizens have a cushioning.
How much is the wealth fund again?
What wealth fund?
Sovereign.
What one? Which? And I'm asking the question correctly. What one?
Yeah.
We don't have one yet.
Kabisa.
No,
I know we're talking about setting it up,
and
yes.
We should, but Paul, we cannot set a sovereign wealth fund before we know the wealth that we have.
I know. And I was being facetious when I was asking that one. But tuko na ngapi tena? 0, eh? Ama ni negative?
Bro, sisi iko na deni kubwa.
Yes.
Trillion 13 hivi. Okay?
And counting.
And counting. And the thing that is horrifying is that the 2.9 trillion, 2.3 trillion that we collect as revenue, 81% of it, there are times it gets even 90, goes to paying debts. We don't have money.
So out of 100 shillings, we're surviving on 10.
Yeah, we don't have money, Chief.
We are surviving on less than $1 as a country.
We don't have money, Chief.
Inside Linda Mwananchi, bold strategy to win public support. That one is on the People Daily. Tukienda pale katika Standard wanasema fooling Kenyans. I believe that's a question, right? So they're saying nearly 2 weeks after the arrest of Mohammed Liban, Daniel Kipto, Joe Sang, no charges have been filed, raising questions about the intent of the operation. As investigators fail to submit a file to prosecutors, the delays risk fueling suspicion that the spectacle was meant to project action rather than deliver accountability. Even as Energy Cabinet Secretary Opiyo Wandayi insists he will not resign.
Yes. Mr. Opiyo Wandayi, well done. That is in keeping with the long-held tradition in this country. Yes, you actually don't resign, yes. But should there be evidence that seems to point that you are complicit in it, you may yet have to resign.
Yeah.
But the thing that I find puzzling beyond what is written there, we were told that the fuel that we bought was adulterated. That's why it was being returned.
It was substandard.
They made a statement, and that statement was the end of that story. Question number one. Did we ever get to understand whether that fuel was actually mixed with what we already have and what is already sold into the market?
Yeah.
Okay, that's number one. Number two, this adulteration, is there support and is there documented evidence from the labs that we have at the refineries that demonstrate that the sulfur content that they said was higher than what we ourselves permit in this country? That's number two. Number three, was it really adulterated?
Well, to answer all those questions, I think we can say yes to all. I think you've asked 3. Because walisema vizuri sana. Iko na vitu zenye standard zetu za Kenya hatukubali. All right. So whether it was tested or not, we shall go with the statement that we received.
You shall, I won't.
So you want a different statement?
No. A statement is not proof. It's just a statement.
You want details. You want facts.
I'd like details.
You want to see the files.
Not files. I just want to see a report of how it is they determined that this thing was sulfur heavy. Yes, as opposed to be sulfur light.
So here it is said that to date, the Director of Public Prosecutions has yet to receive the inquiry file on the subject matter from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations.
And you know, if he doesn't receive it, he can't move.
I remember when we sat here with the former Senator Bill Okero, he told us that mara nyingi sana in his committee that he sat in while at the Senate, mara mingi sana they would write to EACC, then EACC would tell them, okay, thank you for the file. Yes. And then they would follow up months later or even weeks later and ask, nani?
Again.
Ile file kulienda aje?
Yes, sir.
Anamwambia, yeah, tulipata.
Kwanza, tunashughulikia.
Kitu ikifanyika, you'll be the first to know.
Out.
Months later,
over and out kabisa.
Bana hujanipigia simu bro, what's up? Anamwambia, buda, unajua pia hata Yesu unaelewa hii mambo. So when Senator Kero told us that, I was like,
look,
it's bad.
It is bad. We this fuel saga has a lot of things that haven't been explained in a manner that is convincing enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
What I heard and I believe was that fuel was brought in unprocedurally.
What I think you're trying to say is that perhaps that fuel is already in the market.
What I'm saying
perhaps I fueled with it last night.
Why don't I put it to you more succinctly? That fuel never went anywhere. That's my thing.
For avoidance of doubt.
Yes, so that you don't. Well, City, I think you're saying this. I am saying that fuel came in and it didn't go anywhere.
Your fuel tunaendelea kuitumia sasa.
Yes, and there's nothing adulterated about it.
Ilikuwa tu sawa.
Ilikuwa sawa kabisa.
History being, but you know what? We need to be, and I hope they are listening. But our government and anyone who is involved in ensuring that we get fuel in this country, they need to be very careful. Because if the claims of substandard fuel are actually true, and that fuel is allowed into our country, bro, gari nyingi zitanok.
You know, Paul, even the person selling it to you, why would they sell you adulterated fuel and they know it and they know you'll find out? Does it make good business sense? What makes even less business sense? That adulterated fuel we're being told is going to another country. Why would they be buying adulterated fuel? Why? The engines of the vehicle they use different from ours? The answer is no. We don't manufacture cars on this continent. If they're diesel powered engines, we know wherever they're made in which part of the world. If they're petrol powered, we also know. The difference that is often made in the sort of fuel you use is one, a certain content of lead, and there is a manner in which you purify the fuel to give it better performance.
To make it unleaded.
Yes, exactly. Sawa. Here too.
And low sulfur fuel.
Here too. So, there are engines that are made for high sulfur. Yes, okay? See that tunaizo vitu hapa. So, why would somebody then be selling you fuel which in reality you can't use? Somewhere along the line it was going to be found out.
Kwanza these Japanese cars, these very high-end ones.
Yes.
You put that high sulfur fuel.
Oh, it will tell you.
Hiyo kitu itazimikia pale kabla hata utoke kwa petrol station.
Itakwambia.
Haya.
So in the absence, we have a situation where a little clarity from the officials, because this is something that you can prove very easily. That proof isn't forthcoming. Then, unfortunately, I have to believe that if that fuel came in, it is still here. That's my view.
Yeah.
Because if we get fuel all the time, why is it that we've never had such a problem before?
True story.
Someone will tell me, well, the problem in the Middle East. We've had problem in the Middle East for a very long time. It's a fuel we've had. But this one, the unique nature of how it is we get our fuel into the country. And then this particular problem arises when the government had assured us that we have reserves. So?
It's a problem, City.
And these fellows who brought in the fuel, clearly it was outside the arrangement, what we call the G2G arrangement.
If we are to go with what Rigiji said, alisema watu walikuwa wanataka kukula bila kuambia boss. Na sasa wakapatikana, na sasa boss akakasirika. Na ndio bana wameshikwa. Lakini sasa tunaambiwa ODPP hajapata hiyo fire. Sasa bro, shida iko wapi? Sasa wenye walishika watu ni akina nani? Because I saw them being driven to DCI HQ.
You saw?
Yes, we saw them being bundled. Some of them nini gari kenda rushi ikaingia DCI. So we know for a fact DCI arrested these folks.
You know for a fact.
Hiyo tunajua because unless walienda DCI kukunywa chai, tunajua walikuwa arrested wakapelekwa DCI. And then the fellows resigned, of which, again, the CS yesterday, because I was watching the parliament proceedings where he was being questioned on the issue of energy. And he said that, look, me, I don't know why those guys resigned. Imagine. He said, because he was asked by parliament, so resignation, akasema, first of all, chair, I cannot tell you why they resigned. And I was like, he said that he has not seen those resignation letters, and I was like,
now, when I tell you that fuel
is in the country,
that fuel never left. If
Yes.
indeed, let me start from the first premise. If indeed it got into the country, it never left. As for the story of it being too much sulfured, there's nothing of that sort. Look, these are simple things that can be proven easily. Vessel XYZ Vladivostok, which brought the particular fuel into the country. Okay? Not Vladivostok, I said Vladivostok.
It's okay.
Yes, okay.
Even if you say the bloody, it's okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay? Carrying X tons or metric liter tons of fuel.
Of fuel, yes.
All right? Docked on this and this.
It was 60,000 metric tons.
You know, this one you can actually verify easily. I don't need anybody else to verify. I can verify. It is in the public domain. Ships that come in. We know the ships that come into the country. We know where they dock. We know where they offload, blah, 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 blah. That is not difficult. Information from, because before that thing goes anywhere, inapimwagwa bro.
Kabisa. Kuna kwa na scientist anakuja anafanya chemical analysis yake anasema hiki kitu sawa.
It is not difficult. It's something we do. Those people, that's what they do all the time. All the time. That's why they can tell you this fuel is this fuel is that, this is this. Look, this same crude oil that we speak of, do you know what we derive, how many products we derive from it? Ukianza kuhesabu?
I know. We get...
Anza na gas, liquefied gas.
Right.
Then,
LPG.
Yes, then ukishuka kidogo, unakuja hizi petroleum products ambao tunatumia. Hatujaingia from petroli ya gari. Then unaingia petroli ya gari. Okay?
Kuna hizi magrease tunatumianga lubricate vitu.
Bla bla bla. Hapo tu.
Kuna coolant za gari zinatokanga tu hapo.
Hapo ndio hiyo hapo after liquefied gas. Hizo zote
tunapatanga hapo zote.
Now, all these things are determined to be useful for the consumers of this country. And that's why we don't hear alarming problems. Some engines are just blowing up all over the place. We don't hear of these things. It is not possible for someone whose business is oil to provide something that is adulterated, because it will mark the end of that product.
Of the business,
Yes, other people will know that that's what you sell, and they will stop doing business with you.
So unajaribu kusema bana watu sio wajenga bwana.
I am saying that in very few words, yes.
Daily Nation front page, it says again, we are still on CS Wandai. I don't know, it wasn't me. Energy Cabinet Secretary Opiyo Wandai deflected questions by MPs about the fuel scandal, insisting he was kept in the dark by the officers, despite a flurry of correspondence, replying he couldn't tell why the 3 senior officials resigned and vowing not to step aside as investigations continue. He said, like, aliulizwa, wait, so don't you know what is happening? You know me? He was like, first of all, bro, I don't even know why those guys resigned. Me hawajani show. I was like, surely CS. I know what I'm sure I'm in the same WhatsApp group.
But the PS doesn't employ them.
He doesn't, I know.
But Public Service Commission, one on a deal of it.
But City, even I don't employ you, but I have your number. I have your WhatsApp. I can reach out to you. Nikuulize tu, hey bro, nimeona pale hivyo watu wanasema umeresign rada. I can ask you these things.
Paul,
we are colleagues.
Paul, it's not that I don't understand what I'm trying to say is
right.
This. What the CS said about not knowing, I believe it can be true. I believe 100% can be true.
Okay.
There was a time we had a problem in the Ministry of Health with the MES. And there was a PS at that particular point in time. The gentleman had also been the CEO of Nairobi Hospital. We later took him to Geneva to be our ambassador there.
Yeah.
And I remember when he was asked about the documentation that involved the MES program, because equipment was brought in, some were taken to counties who didn't have people trained enough to manage them. There was a lot of hoo-ha around it. And he said categorically, my signature is not on those documents because they were never brought to me. Again, the issue of these matters going to the Attorney General to give a legal opinion. The Attorney General said, who? Me. I didn't see those things. So, that there are things that can happen in government and the CS does not know, that has happened before. It is not new. Okay? Unfortunately, it doesn't exonerate you. When you are the head of that institution, there's a problem in that institution, you are in trouble. It's not complicated. You are the head. We may even know you didn't know. We may even know that you had no clue. You are the head, and things fell through under your watch. The call for resignation is not because the oil was yours. No.
Ili iwe funzo kwako na wengine kama wewe.
It happened under your watch. That's the whole point. It is your ministry. That's the only reason. Yes.
Ruto men on ODM's radar as tensions rise. Prominent figures in President William Ruto's administration have been caught up in a fresh political storm that now threatens the unity of the broad-based government after an ODM faction that is exploring pre-election coalition talks with the ruling party cried foul, alleging a scheme to weaken the orange outfit. That's what is on page 10. But these are Ruto's men on ODM's radar. We have Professor Kithure Kindiki, the Deputy President of Kenya, Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen, PS Raymond Omolo of Interior, and then we have Majority Leader and also Kikuyu Member of Parliament Kimani Ichung'wah.
You know, there's something I'm thinking about here, Paul. Huh?
Yes.
This is William Ruto's first term. Huh?
Yes, it is.
He is accumulating debt. I do not know when it is that these debts must be paid. But does it not strike you that if some of these debts are supposed to be paid, let's take the view that someone else comes in. You have these debts that Uhuru took, the ones which Kibaki took, the tail end, all these debts that keep being paid.
Yes.
You are the one that the Ruto government took, and then you are there. What sort of situation do you think we will have in this government? Because the question is this ODM thing that has brought this to mind.
Yes.
Paul, these people do not seem to bother talking about what it is that the country needs most. How do we feel safe? How do we ensure our children go to school? How do we know that if we are unwell, we can get treated? Not complicated issues. But look at what these fellows whom we donated power to are engaged in.
You know, Ruben Kigame, I think he tweeted this yesterday or the day before, I'm not sure. But he tweeted it recently. He said that perhaps we should have a law that doesn't allow presidents to borrow beyond their five-year term limit. How practical that is, I don't know. But he was saying he was suggesting that perhaps it's something to consider.
And how exactly will you determine what is the amount that fits within his term limit?
Now I don't know.
The thinking seems sound, meaning you put a cap, but that's what Parliament is supposed to do. You can't borrow without the okay of Parliament. Or National Assembly, rather.
Borrow $2 billion, you ensure you know how you're going to pay it within the 5 years that you're president.
Unajua, you can't borrow without... No. The law states that you borrow with consent. The ceiling for borrowing is set by Parliament, and Parliament does so with consultation.
See, we were talking earlier about Hustler Fund. The way you're given, unanzanga, I think 500, ukilipa, with time wanakugraduate to 1,000, with time wanakugraduate to 1,500. Perhaps that is how...
No, we've had situations in the Uhuru government where money was borrowed without consent of Parliament, meaning they raised their own limits for borrowing. We've had situations here again where there are debts that have been borrowed, and you're saying the Parliament did not give their assent to. So it's not as though... The reason why Parliament gets involved in this is the questions you are asking are being answered. Okay, guarantee. What are we paying for?
Yes.
How are we paying for it? Talanta, for instance, with the securitization, you know, that one actually makes sense. The cost is a completely different discussion. That there are people working in there. Believe me, people are working there. I saw them on Saturday. Many people working towards there. So the issue of employment, that one see issue. Cost is an issue, but that's not what I'm saying. I am saying, because there's a component in our fuel levy, that is what is securitizing that. Because we know, and it's a constant, and we can see it. That one makes sense. Remember, as I've said, the cost doesn't make sense to me.
Yes.
Okay? But that you know how it's going to be paid, yes. But these others, which are not very clear, that's what Parliament is supposed to help us with.
True.
Because you come with this and the amount, and Parliament tells you, no, it doesn't cost that much. No. Do you want to take it where? No, it doesn't cost that much.
So yesterday, there's something I've just remembered, and I'm seeing it right here on this Daily Nation. CS says he is not privy to details of the next fuel price review due today. Now, CS Wandai was seated next to Okech, the acting director general. He's called Okech, right? Acting director general of EPRA. EPRA si ndio anatuambianga
kila mwezi without fail.
So the MPs were trying to get some kind of information about today's announcement of the expected fuel change.
Yes.
Now, the CS said that he doesn't know. He doesn't know the details of the pricing. I believe what he should have probably said is that cannot be revealed today because the revelation is supposed to happen tomorrow.
Paul.
Yeah. But CS alisema bro mimi sijui. Na umeketi hapo hivyo na nani wako na DG wa EPRA. Alafu DG wa EPRA pia kaulizwa bro rada the director general took the MPs straight to Mars. Mbaka one of the MPs was like, my friend, why are you confusing us? Why don't you just get straight to the point? City. Do you know the CS had to come to his rescue and said, guys, here's the thing. All right, this guy is not at liberty to tell you these details right now. So let's just move on to something else. And MPs were like, nasi mungesema. Bro, they wasted 10 minutes of our time.
That guy saw CS alikuwa kwa weather. So he came in. Akayangiza even more weather.
He made it worse.
He brought in climate. Forget weather. Okay?
Back at the MPs were like...
Once the CS had recovered, he decided, okay.
I was like, who is this guy, bwana? He is the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police in Kwale County have arrested a woman suspected of drug trafficking. The suspect was nabbed in the Zibani area during an intelligence-led operation where officers recovered 100 kilograms of bang from her house. She is in custody and will be arraigned in court after investigations are complete. Transport along the Mwea-Embu Highway was disrupted on Monday after a fatal hit-and-run involving a Mira vehicle. Angry residents and border riders in Ngurumbani town in Kirinyaga County blocked the road in protest, bringing traffic to a standstill. This situation caused major disruption as tensions rose in the area.
Tunataka tujue kwamba ni nani mkubwa katika Miraa anazuia Miraa waende polepole. Hii kazi ikuwe ya mwisho. Tuliweka speed limit wakakataa wakavunja hiyo nini. Tukakuja kukaa kwa barabara, wanakuja siku mbili wanasahau. Sisi tunauliza hivi, ni nani mtetezi wetu? Serikali ya traffic, tafadhali hawa watu wasikuje na speed.
Government spokesperson Isaac Mwaura says the government plans to clear 6.8 billion Kenya shillings debt owed to coffee farmers. He said 2 billion Kenya shillings has already been set aside to begin paying the debt. Mwaura added that the government is also working to settle 10 billion Kenya shillings debt in the sugar sector to support farmers.
It's important to also state very clearly that the government continues to remain very steadfast in providing solutions to the people at the bottom of the economic pyramid. That is why the 6.8 billion debt in the coffee sector is being cleared by the provision of 2 billion shillings, in the current, in the new budget, and also another 2 billion in the sugar sector, which has got a 10 billion debt, in order to also take care of all the staffers who are working for the sugar companies that are yet to be paid. That is already in progress.
ODM National Chairperson Gladys Wanga says protecting the unity and strength of the Orange Democratic Movement is the party's top priority. She warned that the party will not allow its numbers in parliament to reduce, calling for discipline and loyalty among members. Wanga said strong party structures are key to political success and support from voters.
Other things we will talk, but we must first have respect for our party. Hiyo vitu vingine itafuata baadaye. Also, kwa sababu bila chama na bila kura na bila wananchi hakuna mahali tunaweza tembea tukienda.
US President Donald Trump has deleted a controversial post on Truth Social that showed an AI-generated image of himself as a Jesus-like figure healing a sick man. The image sparked backlash from both his supporters and critics, with many terming it inappropriate. The post came shortly after Trump criticized Pope Leo over his stance on the US and Israeli military actions in Iran. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning, welcome back. This is Radio Generation, 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? My name is Mungala Mbuvi on the People's Breakfast. And I also see with us this particular morning, we have Alex Gioko. Mesema, good morning, Radio Generation. Pokea salams from Kitale, Asante, Be What Boys, good morning, City and Movie, tuned in from Nandi. Aswan Omondi amesema watching from Nakuru, heading to work. Good morning City, Muga and Movie, wishing you a blessed Tuesday. Aswan, thank you so much and we wish you the best as well. Morris Andati nimekuona anasema good morning. I checked mine and so it was 800. Never checked it again. 800 what? Tulikuwa tunaongea je nini hizi stories za 800?
Mimi sijui.
Okay, sawa.
Tumeongea 800 billion shillings, that hiyo ndio sovereign wealth ya Singapore. Hiyo tuliongelea.
So huyu anaweza kuwa akiongelea 800 nyingine. Anyway, atatuambia I'm sure.
Ziko nyingi.
Yes. George Adimo amesema good morning, listening from Rongo. Karibu sana watu wa Rongo. Then there's Clary Vidente amesema ni aje City?
Ni fiti.
Yeah. Then Morris amesema tena hivi, I have realized that Kenya has brilliant ideas. Many are copy and paste, but they lack the core structures that make them work. This includes where finances come from, who implements them, when to implement them, and factors to make them work. And therefore kuna John Engineering amesema, which country uses that type of oil in the world if it is not a twist game to convince Kenyans? You know what, John Engineering, I actually kubaliana na wewe as far as that conversation is concerned, and that is why this morning we have invited the chairman, Petroleum Outlets Association of Kenya, Mr. Martin Chomba. Martin, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning sir, and thank you very much.
Uko sambamba?
Mi niko salama.
Karibu tena sana.
Asante.
City yako na methali. Last week tulikuwa nchi yetu ya Kenya, leo tuko nchi ya Uganda ambao ni jirani wetu.
Okay.
Ningependa kusomea methali hiyo alafu labda utuambie your thoughts on it. So City, over to you.
The proverb from the Republic of Uganda. My mother is the best baby carrier, says the baby.
Oh, that's a nice one. I think that is akin to the other proverb, or rather the other saying that says, he who does not move around believes or they live thinking that their mother is the best cook. So this this baby has not been carried by anybody else. So she or he must believe the experience. They give a story of once there was a blind man who once opened their eyes in an instant and saw a donkey.
Okay.
And then the eyes closed again. And so in every conversation where people were talking, people would say, I saw a very beautiful lady. And the guy wouldn't object, like a donkey.
Yeah. Because that's the
I saw a very beautiful car, like a donkey. That is the only thing he had ever seen. So I think that would be my answer.
You're right, because you have answered it with two methalis. So asante kwa hayo.
Asante.
Umesikia kenye mtu amesema hapa juu ya mafuta.
Yes.
And of course we have been having that conversation here in the last couple of minutes. Now one thing that has come out of it is that we are certain there is a fuel tanker that came.
Yes.
And a fuel tanker left.
Yes.
Questions have been asked where that fuel went to, whether it went with the tanker or it remained here with us. You being in the industry of oil, what can you tell us about the current oil saga that we're experiencing in Kenya?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. This is a debate that is in everybody's ears right now. And like one of the politicians in this country says, tumepewa hii story mpaka masikio imekuwa moto.
Kweli.
When it comes to the issues surrounding that saga, I'll give you the story that I'm privy to. And I am calling it a story because it's I don't have the facts, the hard facts.
Okay.
So when importation of oil was done a few days ago, the information I have is that I saw empirical. There are those empirical things that I can talk about because I saw letters flying around from one ministry to the other, from one department to the other. The National Security Committee sat down and decided, looking ahead, there was going to be an issue of petroleum within the country owing to the conflict in the Middle East and the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay.
And so, in that communication from the National Security Committee, there was an advice to the ministry, the Department of Petroleum, to make arrangements, contingencies, and diversification of the sources of product to this country, so that when that problem hits, then we are not left very exposed. And to that effect, I saw the communication from the ministry, the Department of Petroleum PS, writing to the Ministry of Trade, the Department of Kenya Bureau of Standards, asking them to do a waiver, wafunge macho, not to look at the standards that are
incoming,
the incoming product, the Kenyan standard, because Kenyan standard are not everybody's standard.
Okay.
Yeah, so I saw that communication, and I saw the Ministry of Trade also do another letter saying, in as much as we'll be doing that, we also have to be very sure that whatever product will come to this country will not be exposing Kenyans to contamination issues and health issues and such.
Okay.
So I saw those documentations. The other thing I know is that when a product comes in the country and it is offloaded in the tanks, it is put in what you call the waiting tanks. You remember what used to be the Kenya Petroleum Refineries Limited? It is defunct today, but Kenya Pipeline uses those tanks.
Okay.
Kenya Pipeline actually bought it.
They actually bought it, but I've never understood how government buys from government, but it's still okay. They bought it.
Remember, it was actually East Africa Refineries before it became Kenya.
Like East African Airways becoming Kenya Airways.
So yes, I'm explaining to you how. So fika hapo tuendelee. Yes.
So we are there. So when that product comes, it sits in those tanks, and when awaiting the owner of the cargo. The owner of the cargo is the person that is, or the company that is in charge of sourcing that product from wherever it comes from. So wait for them to invoice the companies that distribute or market the oil.
Yes.
So that once they pay him or her or that company and pays the government statutory duties and levies, then that product is released into the Kenya pipeline to the destination of the owners of the new owners of the cargo who have bought that product.
Okay.
Whether that product had left that place by the time CS Wandai was talking about it being re-exported to wherever, and the owners who are One Petroleum also responding that they will comply with that directive, that I cannot ascertain.
Okay.
But that is the process. What I know is that the ship had left, and I think by the time that communication was happening was a few days later, because it was supposed to have offloaded between 27th and 29th of last month, and that communication came way later, and the ship was in some places, I don't know, in towards South Africa or somewhere.
When a ship offloads fuel, like specifically the one that came to Kenya and then it was chased away, how long does it take to offload that fuel?
Depending on the activities at the port and the amount of fuel that is discharging, it takes in between 2 to 5, sometimes even to 6 days, depending on how big. Most of the times we import 85 metric tons, an equivalent of almost 100 million liters, and that usually takes about 3, 4, 5 days, depending on the activities at the port.
Okay. Now, there's something you mentioned, and I just remembered when I was in school, kitambo tulikuwa tunafunzwa about Changamwe oil refineries. We used to import crude oil, then refine it?
Yes. There was a law in Kenya that required, when that was still active, that you import 70% crude and 30% refined oil.
Okay.
So that that was to ensure that the Changamwe plant was making some business.
Okay.
But unfortunately, the way it was designed during the colonial times,
yes,
it was designed not to be very efficient. It was designed to cut only petrol, diesel, and kerosene. And as today, petroleum, crude oil, has byproducts that are in excess of a few thousand products, close to 6,000 products. That comes from crude.
Okay.
Because
I mean, I knew there was something. I just knew there were 6,000 products.
Yes, when you talk about the petrochemicals.
Yes.
Now, including things like toothpaste and asphalt.
Yeah.
I don't know, so many things, including some medical devices, the likes of aspirin. So many things comes from crude, but people do not appreciate that.
Yeah.
So
did you just say toothpaste?
Yes. There are so many things that crude
that
product of
crude
it enables, including the polymers. Most of these the petrochemicals, we see the plastics that we see, polyesters, so many things that including nguo, hizo unaita polyesters, so many of them will come from that. A lot of additives that goes into making devices. Some of the devices that we use will find its origin from crude. So Changamwe plant was not designed to be that efficient.
And
so
it was a waste.
lot of wastage.
No, it wasn't. Given when it was set up.
By then it was.
What they didn't do was upgrade the
system
to meet the demands of the
21st century.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So it was outdated because of the technology.
Exactly.
Now I get it, because every time I hear we import, like in this particular case that we imported the fuel that we did, that apparently went away.
Yeah.
For a very long time nilikuwa nadhani tuna importingi that crude oil, then Changamwe does its thing. Kumbe sasa unatuambia Changamwe hiyo story ilisha kitambo sana.
Hiyo ilisha unless now they upgrade it or they do again. But you see in I heard you guys talk about structures in this country, but I'm of the opinion, I'm a student somewhere of development studies, and I'm of the opinion that in Kenya we are not short of laws and structures. We are short of leadership, of people who can say that we are passing through this is the narrow and this is where we are going. There's no reason today why you tell me that National Oil Corporation of Kenya is defunct. The reason why we have these other arrangements that we have to keep prices of oil controlled is simply because National Oil is not functional. If National Oil was operating the way it ought to operate, it should be the organ that makes everybody else lower their prices. Why? Because even the G2G arrangements that we have today, we have with national corporations, national oil corporations of those countries.
Yes.
When you talk about Saudi Aramco, when you talk about ADNOC, they are actually the national oil installations of those particular countries. So they are giants. They've been made to be giants so that they can have serious influence in the world.
I mean, you had the CS. I don't know if you had the CS yesterday. He was asked about the national oil.
Yeah.
Then he said that he would refrain from commenting on it because something was in the works. National oil has been in shambles, in my opinion, for a very long time. I thought yesterday was a very good opportunity for him to actually tell us the way forward as far as that cooperation is concerned. But I guess, like he said, in a few months' time, tutaona kitu.
Let's hope so, because one thing that we do as Kenyans is we keep hoping, but in social science we say hope is not a strategy. Hope is not a plan.
Yes.
There has to be empirically proven steps that you can call a plan.
Yes.
Because national oil today, in my opinion, needs to be really strengthened to optimize. So that when we talk about, because if you ask me, if this trade will have anything in its semblance of sanity, is the day national corporations will be run like efficiently, like private entities, where you optimize in terms of production. Until such a time happens, we shall always be having stories, because you revamp national oil today, two days later or 2 months later, it is done. It will be the same story of Kenya Airways.
Yeah.
It is very vital. We don't want to lose it, but we are bleeding.
Yeah.
Bleeding in
so
hope.
Someone would ask then, why do we really need it?
Why do we need it? We bleed in hope. The day we shall have them run as corporates, as enterprises that are private for optimization of efficiency, those are the days that will be heading somewhere. Because you go to other places, you go to other countries, such entities are run in a very efficient manner, such that if you are heading that corporation and something happens within that corporation,
you have failed the nation.
You have failed the nation, and you don't even resign because somebody is forcing you. You feel the weight of the hopes of and the aspirations of the people that you lead in that corporation, that you have let them down, and that's how people quit.
I agree. Explain to us this government-to-government deal that Kenya has with Saudi.
First is something I would wish to let Kenyans know who are listening. The government of Kenya does not own even 1 liter of petroleum in this country. Even the prices we are going to announce today, Kenya government does not own even a liter. I've repeatedly said in other forums that what we have in Kenya is not a petroleum industry, is a petroleum logistics industry. Logistics. What we do is that we just manage
the transfer of oil from here
from Mombasa to Kisumu.
Yes.
That pipeline. And then make sure that we manage the transportation of that petroleum to the last mile distributor in the villages. So, what we call G2G, people need to understand that the only part of government is that they sit down and they say that these companies that you choose, the companies that brings in fuel is from Saudi Arabia, from Abu Dhabi and Dubai.
Okay.
Those 3 companies. So they nominate...
Those 3 countries?
Yeah, those countries.
Okay.
They have 3 companies. They nominate companies in Kenya that they are comfortable doing business with. So what happened is, before G2G, which is basically an appendix of OTS, Open Tender System.
All right.
What we used to have is that every oil marketer in Kenya, who are in their hundreds, would sit down in every so often. The industry conducts those meetings where people sit down and agree that we need this amount of fuel in this country. We usually use about give or take 460 million liters a month.
And the oil makers are the Rubises and the Totals and the
majors,
Shells
those,
of this world.
Yes, yes. Anybody who is has been licensed to market petroleum in the country. So they sit.
Nilikuwa nataka Wakenya wa visualize.
Yes. So they sit down and they agree that you can import at this price. You say I can get it at 100. The city says I can get it 90. I say I can get it 120. So we give it to city.
Who's the cheapest?
The cheapest, but within has the capacity and the ability to deliver on time. The reason why now government comes in is because now petroleum is a national security issue. It is the blood that runs the body called the economy. And without, if for 1 minute we don't have it, our economy will be anemic because of lack of that vital blood. So the government has to be there to ensure that indeed city has the capacity and the ability to bring that fuel. So then the government now comes and sit in. Remember, around the same time when G2G was being instituted, because of the nature of how capital intensive it is, we were spending about in excess of $500 million a month. And so what had happened, because we used to pay this money daily, when that product comes to Mombasa, the ship cannot discharge before you clear.
You pay,
So every morning, people were scampering for dollars. Every morning. And that's how we ended up with a dollar now squeezing the Kenya shilling to a level of, I think, 164 at some point. So I like giving credit where credit is due. Indeed, G2G stabilized the scrabble for dollar because our economy is in shambles, it's lopsided. When I am looking for dollars to buy petroleum, somebody else is looking for dollars to import toothpicks. Okay? And we are all competing.
Yes.
We are all competing in the market. And everybody legitimately need those dollars. But in a well-organized economy, there are things that we really can do around here and ease the pressure of getting those dollars. And so what the government does in G2G is to come and sit and say, the governments of these, where these companies are domiciled, and the government of Kenya sits and agree that we give a guarantee that I know CT. He operates in my country. And so you can extend him the product that he wants. And we will guarantee that he will pay. We'll make whatever it is within our power to make sure that they pay you when time is due. And so banks were dilly-dallying, but one bank took risk and they agreed that they will be the bank that will be issuing the LCs and all that. And so they will be have a delayed payment of 6 months.
Explain LC.
Or the letters of credit.
What are they?
Yeah, they are guaranteed. They are
the financial instruments.
Yes, they are financial instruments that guarantees that even as I give whatever I'm giving to you, kuna kitu nimeshika. You remember? You remember Kimunya's irrevocable promissory note. You remember? Those
it is a promissory note.
Yeah, it's a promissory note that indeed I intend to pay you and I'll pay you and this is a guarantee.
And I'll pay you on this date.
Yes, on these days. So we were given 6 months. So that when you hear watu wakisema siku hizi tunalipa mafuta na Kenya shilling, basically what we do is the bank that has issued this will receive my money in Kenya shilling. But they have 6 months to coalesce, to take the dollars and put them together so that in the 180th day, they will remit in dollars to that other guy. But what they have done in the immediate is to ease the pressure of mopping up dollars in the economy.
So the instability of the dollar.
Actually, now I understand when he says that is part of the reason that the dollar stabilized.
Yes. That one because is good to give credit where credit is due.
If you can project that in 6 months,
Paul,
then there's more stability.
If someone gives you fuel, you don't have to pay the way you used to pay. Essentially, you have
every day
because fuel haki inakuja unalipa. Inakuja unalipa.
Ilikuwa pressure. Meanwhile, central bank is rationing the dollars.
Exactly.
You remember that time? Is rationing the dollars. So you cannot get, if you're requiring about $100 million that day, the central bank says that you can only access $20 million.
Then there's a crisis there.
There will be a crisis.
Yeah.
You as the people who now retail the product, how many days did the bank give you? How many days credit did the bank give you for you?
Now, this is where now where all animals are equal, but some are
more equal than others.
Yeah. So what happens is this is only extended to the guy with the tender, the people bringing in the product. So for us, the retailers of this product, we buy cash.
Kama kawaida.
The procurement of petroleum is so much that we have even had an issue with KRA at some point because they are demanding that you be a withholding agent. And the amount that you are asked to withhold, the 2% withholding tax, is way higher than the profit margin that you're supposed to make, because you are in a controlled. So you make a profit margin of maybe 0.4%, and then you are required to withhold 2%.
You know what?
So, yeah.
Help us visualize. Like, give us a practical example. Say, for example, this is what the bank wants, and this is what I am selling to you. So this is the match I am making.
So let me tell you, anytime you go to a petrol station, and this is where people, I usually say that we have mistaken capitalization for profits. So anybody today who wants to retire, or they want to do a petrol station.
Yeah.
But I tell you this, a petrol station is like a village toilet.
Okay.
The guy outside cannot wait to go in. But the guy who is inside and has finished his business cannot wait to get out because of the smell.
Yeah.
You get the analogy?
I get the analogy.
Reason being, today if you go to the petrol station to fuel, and you fuel 2,000 shillings.
Yes.
The guy at the back petrol station, na umemsomea, ametengeneza, sijui amekuoshea kioo, amekuangalilia pressure, does not make more than 50 shillings out of that.
On that 2,000.
Gross.
This is gross, not even net.
Yes. That person does not make more than 50 shillings. Reason being, EPRA has given you what you need to sell, how much you need to sell it. And they have given, until the other day that we were able to negotiate a little bit of increase, we were being given 4 shillings per litre. And 4 shillings, if a litre is 180, you divide 2,000 by 180 and see how many liters are those. They are not even 10 liters in it. They are fewer than. So say they are 7 liters. So if they are 70,
they will be a little bit above 7 liters.
Yeah,
above 10 liters. Let me just do the quick math.
Do quick math. We see.
We say 2,000.
Yes, divide by 180.
So 2,000.
That should be about 12.
It will be 11. Yes.
11. 11 times 4.
44.
44.
Right.
So that is the profit that guy makes. And that is gross. That is where he gets all other things that he has to pay. So the take home for this guy is actually less. It's about 10 bob.
So for you, it's about then selling volumes. For you to be able to achieve anything substantive.
Actually, what they look at when they are looking at the pricing structure, the base petrol station they look at is a station that is able to move a volume of 250,000 liters a month. Very few of those stations can. Those stations are on the highways and in towns. Those are the only stations that can make business sense in selling petroleum.
250,000 liters.
Yes.
In a month.
In a month.
So that would be roughly 1 million.
Yes, but you know what? In this country, the reality is more petrol stations are domiciled in the villages than they are domiciled in the highways and the byways. Actually, empirically, by a data collected by EPRA 2 years ago, 68% of all the petrol stations in this country are the ones that you call non-franchised. But they are not in your eyes because you don't register. They are not under one brand.
Yes.
But the village you come from, the village I come from,
right?
The village that city come from, there's a guy. If you close your eyes, you can see a guy with one pump.
Anauzanga mafuta.
Anauza piki.
You're actually right, yeah.
Yeah, and now unfortunately, what has happened recently, the reason why you are seeing all the stockouts that you've been seeing, is because these people do not have the leverage to import fuel. So what happens is they scavenge from the oil marketers.
Right.
Now on 14th. The prices that we were given are 1 month prior. So the product, the prices we are selling today are supposed to be 1 month ago. But unfortunately, I tell people in my pedestrian economics, markets react to reality way before they react to arrangements. So that is my thinking. That's how I see it.
It's actually the reality,
isn't it?
Yes,
so whenever there's tension, like just before I call
DJ
it
Trump.
Donald Trump. I call Vance. Vance. Before
JD Vance.
JD, I call him DJ. Okay. Before JD Vance announced that the talks failed. Before then, when everybody believed that they were negotiating and
In
they were
Pakistan,
about to get,
yeah.
we were doing $94 per barrel. Immediately he came out and announced that things changed. The prices went up. Before the other arrangements, we can talk about our arrangements, but those announcements, they make things become volatile. So when EPRA announced the last month's prices, the reality of the matter, the hard truth is we were discussing the prices of yester month, but the reality of the matter is these crisis happening right now, and the prices per dollar per barrel are up. So what happens? What you're telling the people, the oil marketers, is that you sell this product at this price.
Yes.
Then next month you go back to the bank, you get some more money because the prices will be up, so that you can add to the volume and go buy. Whereas we know very well, even the guys who has a shop in your village, if he knows that the price of unga tomorrow will go up, they are not waiting so that they can make profit. Basically, they are waiting so that they don't go back to the bank to borrow to restock.
Okay.
And so what happens is, because they have a contract with the government of Kenya through their licensing demands that they distribute product in this country, and they don't have a contract with the independent dealer, the 68%.
Yes.
So what they do is that they give product to their network, because that will minimize the amount of fuel they move, and they can be left with some, so that today they will have something. But the guy, my guy,
yes,
will not have product in your village. So what does that do? In effect, all the guys in your village, like where I come from Kirinyaga Central Constituency.
Yes.
And the only majors are in Kerugoya town. But in that constituency, in the 4 wards, there are so many pumps that deal with about 2,000 motorbikes in that constituency.
Yes.
So logistically, it becomes impossible for the majors in town to make to fuel. You know, this concept that we talk in political science. We say, I think a philosopher called Jacques Rousseau, Jean Rousseau, I don't know, it's French. And we usually say it is in the interests of the rich to make sure that the poor are eating. Because the day the poor have nothing to eat,
they will eat the rich.
They will eat the rich.
Yes.
It is the same concept that we talk about when we talk about in Runda. There's an adjacent village there called Gedogoro.
Yes.
In Muruthaiga, there's an adjacent village called Mathare. In Karen, this Kibera. These people in those villages are the ones who manage what happens in those rich neighborhoods. Indeed, they know where the fridge that keeps the food, because they are the ones who work in those houses. So it is in the interest of these guys living in Lavington to make sure that the guy in Kawangware is eating. The person in Loresho to make sure that the guy in Kangemi is eating. Because if they don't have, it becomes a problem. The same concept is when these oil majors have the product, but these small guys in the villages do not have, everybody who is fed by these guys will go to those majors. They will not be able to take care of that, because what happens is they will fuel. If a station in Kerugoya town was doing 5,000 liters a day, if you take that 5,000 and everybody else does not have fuel around there, they'll come Vamia, and before you know it, in 2 hours time, that product is done. The turnaround time for a truck to come to Nairobi and get that product and get it back there again is a day. And so there will be stock out. And so we'll be talking about that shortage, artificial shortage. And unfortunately, what that does, City seated here will scroll TikTok and will see somebody saying there's no fuel in Kerugoya.
Yeah.
So what happens? He extrapolate that across the country, and he says, see, I'm going to Nyarugunga next time. I need to fuel. So akitoka hapa nje, hata kama akona pesa ama hana, he would rather fuliza full tank. You do the same, I do the same. Before you know it, psychological shortage causes a serious crisis. So one day he will tell us there is a product in the country, but in actual sense, accessing that product becomes a problem.
He actually spoke of hoarding as well.
Yes. Unfortunately, there's very little they can do about the hoarding.
What do you mean
right
by that?
Now? Because we are failing to, in 2022 we had a similar situation. And we were somewhere in a TV station talking about it. And what I've just told you is what I was telling them. That there's a critical number of retailers in the country who do not have this product. It may not be by design. It is the way the default setting of the market, of the logistics market I told you about. Because that person does not start their business. They don't sit down with a business plan to do a petrol station. They start it the way a mama mboga starts a kiosk. But unfortunately or fortunately, they serve a critical mass of the economic drivers of this country. The Probox, the Sientas, and the borders. So you cannot do away with them. And I've been in a place and I've been told you cannot talk about these people in this manner because ignorance is not defense. They should know all these things and they should leverage. And I've argued that having an ignorant population, who should be indicted more, an ignorant population or having a system that does not recognize that they have an ignorant population? I think the latter should be indicted more because we are with these people. They are part and parcel of this economy. We must look at how we can integrate them and formalize in the economy so that they are considered not as just bystanders or like unnecessary, like special purpose vehicle, because everything glides very well when we are awash with petroleum in this country. And everybody will go camping every year telling these guys, we can give you this fuel at this price, up until it bites. Once it bites, they are on their own.
So are they holding, the OMCs, are they holding fuel or not?
Yes and no.
Okay.
They are holding fuel in this manner. You cannot indict them because if you go to their outlets, they have product, and that is where they have the contractual obligation to sell. And so the government cannot. That's why I've told you the CS can do very little about it, because if you go to their records, they'll tell you, look, we are selling. Go to my station in Wayakiwe. Go to my station in Ngong Road. We are selling. But in actual sense, that product is not getting to every part of this country for the reasons I've told you. And so there has to be a deliberate and conscious effort to make sure that this petroleum is distributed like it happened in 2022. There was a knowledge that was hived, and there was a directive that this number of million liters need to go to those people in those villages, in those places, so that everybody can access this product where they are. And you don't have to fuel your motorbike 100 shilling to go and fuel 300 shilling, because you're moving from your village to the town to go and it portends a serious loss to the economy. So that's the situation as it is, and that is what I think I prescribe as the issue.
I like the way he said it is yes and no. Felix is asking here, this is it's not Felix but Cole Kipkeino amesema, Mungala, ask your guest if petroleum is bought at a fixed price under the G2G framework.
Yes, what we buy, there are things that we call fixed premiums. There are those when we were doing the procurement, the companies there commits to fixed premiums, but there are other things that are variables that change every so often. Things like premium, freights and insurance, those will change. Transport will also change when we are bringing in that product. Those are the things that will change. But in terms of the price, and this is where I think I need to weigh in on the discussion of that ship that came, and why there was a lot of heat generated. So these companies that we talked about earlier have committed to the government of Kenya, and Kenya government has committed to them that will uptake your product, this amount of product for this time. Then I remember the government of Uganda disappeared, and they found a way of getting theirs, I think, from Kuwait. So
through which port?
They'll still get it through our port.
Okay.
But now we
have no say.
Yeah.
I mean, President Yoweri said that is their port, so tulikubali akaisha.
Yeah, so we have a certain fixed volume that must be taken by these companies into the Kenyan market. And like what had happened to other places out there, most of the contracting companies in the Gulf region had declared force majeure in their contracts, saying that they are unable, for reasons beyond their control, the incoherent vices and acts of God and such, they cannot deliver fuel to the countries and the organizations that you had. Fortunately, the providers of G2G, the partners of G2G had not done that. So that is where the conflict came in. Because if there's this contract that is running, and the reason I think why they were not declaring force majeure is because of the commitment that we will continue doing this up until we see through. And so they were to source product from elsewhere. If it is ADNOC, there's a sea route to Red Sea, where they have a pipeline that is now doing an uptick of several million barrels a day away from the Strait of Hormuz, away from the Persian Gulf, now on the other side of Red Sea. And so they would still keep bringing in some product in Kenya. And I think that information, that discussion, at some point when the National Security Committee was discussing, there must have been a misunderstanding on when this diversification was to be done. And so when they brought in this product, I am sure it must have rattled that agreement. Because if we have not declared force majeure and you're starting bringing in, are you telling me now if I feel restrained to bring that product for those reasons, I should just declare and not be obligated so that you can source that product elsewhere? So that was coming to upset. The other thing is, in Mombasa port, there's a committee we call in the industry vessel scheduling committee. Because there has to be a meticulous arrangement of the way these vessels come and discharge, so that there's no supply gap within the country. Why? Because in Kenya today, we do not have strategic oil reserves. What we do is whatever we receive in Mombasa is what we use. So if today there is no vessel docking in Mombasa,
we are done.
From today, we have 14, 21, and in a very good day, 28 to 30 days. At that time, schools are closed. There is no holiday.
There's only we have minimal movement.
Exactly. So that's why it is that important. So when this ship was coming in, it meant that if there is another vessel coming, this will delay the other vessel. And whenever you create that supply gap and even cause a ship to dock and stay in Mombasa and there is demurrage to pay, then that demurrage is passed to the consumer. There is no cost that is not passed to the consumer at the end of the day. So there has to be that meticulous arrangement. And so I think so many things were at play that looked to interfere. In terms of the contamination of this oil, and how fast this for oil came to Kenya. This is what we need to know. In the petroleum industry, sometimes if you are not operating on the kind of arrangement that we operate G2G, there's a lot of traders in the high seas hedging. You see today, if City is building here and he needs a truck of sand, and right now he calls a broker, nataka mchanga lori mbili, chances are within 2 hours itakuwa
na mchanga.
Reason being that mchanga will not necessarily come from Mbere in Mutuovare or in Ukambani the minute ameitisha. Kuna marori zimejaa Nairobi somewhere,
ziko na mchanga
Rongo, sijui Roiro, ziko na mchanga. It is the same thing that happened with that ship. You remember the Mexican maize? We imported maize from Mexico, and within 2 days
it was here,
and we started wondering how fast kwani Mexico iko karibu aje na Kenya. It's the same story. They are these business people. The thing about those people is that you pay through your nose.
Hiyo story ya maize uko serious na story ya maize?
No, you know, I was one of the people who wondered kwani Mexico ilikuwa karibu aje. So
thank you.
Now
the same thing happens with sugar.
Yes.
Just so that you can get a perspective.
Your story maize siku moja tutaiongelelea.
The problem is here with petroleum, the problem here comes. This Kenya imports a certain type of crude. Fuel that comes from a certain type of crude. We consume a crude called the Muban crude. It is a sour sweet. It's a premium crude. If you even look at the prices of crude, you always like the Muban crude is cream de la cream because of the regimes that have to do with the environment, the commitment that we've given to the multilateral agreements on climates and protection and all that. It has minimal. Today we don't do leaded. We do unleaded
low
fuel.
Sulfur.
We do low sulfur, consistent with that. So, but when these guys are hedging and they are having this product in the high sea, they don't know nitauzia nani. There are countries out there who do not care for the standards.
Yeah, whichever fuel,
whatever it is. This product that was coming to Kenya was said to be having manganese at a very high level. Because they do this, and sulfite very high level. They do these additives to try and raise the level of combustion, the octane level, and
it's more or less catalyst.
Yeah, it's a catalyst. Yeah, that's the word. And so they will. You know this. Let me give you a story, a very quick story. There used to be a market. A story goes there used to be a market in Kisumu where people would take their dogs kuuza. And so wewe unakuja kununua umbwa asubuhi umbwa asubuhi inapewa bangi na mwenye anauza
inabweka,
inakula mpaka mwenyewe, you know, inataka kuuma mpaka mwenyewe, vile ni mbaya. So when you go to the market, that is the one that you want to get. So ukienda nayo nyumbani, bangi ikiisha kichwa inaingia chini ya stool. So you lose it. So this is what these people do.
Okay.
They want that product to be extremely potent, but they don't care what it will do na huko, as long as wameuza.
Yes.
And because there are these people without these standards. So for us, when we are importing, there is a certificate of they make sure at the port of origin that product is looked at, and then before we give it the COC, the certificate of compliance, we make sure that the KEBS also are certain that the way you said iko sawa huko ndo iko huko. But now this product, because it's the high seas, there is no certificate of origin to certify that this is the product level, and there is no commitment. There could even be a certificate, but nobody is committing because we don't know what you did with that product in the high seas. So that's the reason why that product now was said to be unfit for Kenyan
consumption.
So as to whether this product found its way into the Kenyan market, that's a story for you and I would have to speculate, because like I said, if this product was offloaded, discharged, and just domiciled in the tanks at KPC tanks are waiting, because before it is released to the market, companies have to pay duty and also have to commit the payments to these other the owners of the cargo.
Okay.
And so if the money had not been paid and duty, KRA had not been paid duty, so there is a chance, a very big chance, that that product did not find itself into the market.
No.
But if that had been done, then...
Now, Martin, tell us.
Yes.
How do you return this product back into the ship?
So they have... okay, the mechanics of how it is done, I am not very sure, but I know there's a jetty, there's a way.
Have we ever had such a situation?
But I've not in my
in the time you've been in
the industry, I have not had such a scale of, because we're talking about over 60 million liters. It's a big it's a serious cargo.
60 metric tons.
Yes, and the 60 metric tons is actually upwards of 6 million liters. So it's not something easy. Then the other story is that you had that thing had left the port. So the mechanics of it would have the owners of that cargo look for another ship or that ship and bring it, and then where will you take it now that it is a condemned fuel? Mtauza wapi? Who is this person that does
inarudi huko kwa high seas inangojea
mwingine?
Is it really that simple? It is not.
It is not that simple.
It isn't even simple of loading it. So now,
reloading it.
The reverse action.
Yes.
How simple do you think that is going to be?
It is not. The reverse jetty.
Yes.
To push it back. I don't know what mechanics they will use, or they have such facilities at the port. That is...
It makes this thing more complicated, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And the biggest problem for us is the coordination at the port, because by the time you are procuring and discharging 60 metric tons of fuel in the country, then in such a controlled industry, and then we claim ignorance in terms of knowledge of whether we knew that this was happening. And when you see most of these letters, I have CC'd so many other people within the industry.
If the CS says he didn't know, he's lying.
You know,
he knew about it.
The problem with that is not what just happened. is what can happen.
You know, you explained to us how exactly fuel gets here, and you told us the government does not own any oil,
not even
a
one
single liter.
Yeah.
So that means that there's an oil company that probably wanted to procure that particular oil, because by the time
it is in the public domain. It's that cargo belonged to a company called One
Petroleum. Yes. So
and the person who owns One Petroleum is also known. Just so that you understand.
So by the time all this is happening, surely hiyo kitu zilikuwa ishapangwa.
So that's why I'm saying, you see, you don't this product that you are importing, you're not importing for one person.
Yes.
There are over 100 oil marketers in this country.
So they knew.
So this product, when it's coming, is going to be distributed to all these guys. Oil marketers.
Yes.
So it is virtually impossible, practically impossible, to import this fuel and discharge it without anybody getting to know. And then we wake up in the morning and whack! It's a product that came and is discharged. So there was a lull somewhere, either deliberate or not.
The other issue with that particular oil is the fact that Tuliambua at one point it was going to cost, is it us Kenyans or the market? I don't know, 14 shillings per liter.
Higher.
So higher. So Nikumencha, right now currently I think we are buying fuel at 178. We would have bought that for 192.
No.
Is that how it translates?
No.
Much higher?
You see, the prices have gone high. So this 14 shillings per liter would have been an extra high on the high layer. Because the prices today, unless government has money, enough money to absorb the world shock, then the prices will go up. So this what ought to have been up on higher on what ought
is
to
already
have been
high.
higher. So
because
the reason I'm saying this, you see, Kenya does not produce oil.
Yes.
The number one oil producer in the world.
CS jana alituambia in a few months, before the end of December, trucks will be carrying fuel from Turkana to Mombasa.
Correction.
Actually,
correction. They will be carrying crude
oil. Yes.
Uji.
Alisema crude oil.
You know, Kenyans, I realize a lot of Kenyans do not appreciate that what we are doing there. We are not mining oil. It's crude.
Okay.
For this crude to become oil, petroleum that we use at the pump, a journey has to be made into the refineries. There are commercial refineries around the world, and amongst them, maybe our popular place would be Singapore. So if we take this crude to Singapore, refine and bring that product back, it might be more expensive than getting refined petroleum out here.
But all I was saying is, because it's something you had said there,
Yeah.
CS Wandai alituambia before 31st December,
Yes.
mafuta itatoka Turkana, hiyo crude oil sasa,
Yes.
ikienda Mombasa. Alisema hivyo.
Okay, and so
you see what he's doing, he's just telling us about somebody else's business prospect, because there's a company that is doing that. He's just telling, just the way a governor would have a company set up in their place, in their county, and the governor tells the county members that in 2 months time kuna watu watakuwa wanauza mikate huku. So hiyo mkate is not necessarily yours,
ni factory yake.
So that is what will be happening. We'll be having fuel, crude, being transported to wherever it is for refinery, and then maybe we can bring that fuel back. Until we build a refinery in this country, that is the time we'll be talking about using the Kenyan oil at a good price. The reason why prices must go up in Kenya today.
Yes.
The number one petroleum producer in the world is US. Today, their pump prices are up for close to a month now, 25%. Europe, the same. China, India, the same. Kenya does not produce petroleum. We cannot sit and say our prices are going to remain the same.
Okay.
If the oil producers in the world, giant producers in the world, have their prices going up, then what leverage do we have to say that we can have our prices remain the same? So either way, we are going to have, the prices are going to go up. What will be the issue here is, to what level will the government probably subsidize the costs of the petroleum? But going up, one way or the other, somebody must take the hit, either the government or the Kenyan citizen.
Yeah. Mohammed Murungi is asking, please ask if EPRA regulates oil prices at the depot.
That is the problem. Or the regular, the Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, they have the mandate to regulate what we call the wholesale market. The wholesale market is what ensures that the guy in Nyarugunga I'm talking about, the guy in Kangaita, my village, can have a margin that will make business sense for them to carry that fuel. Today, because that was not done in the last pricing cycle, the companies are not selling to us, one, because they know the prices will be way beyond the pump price, and if they attempt, even those few that attempt to sell, they'll sell to you at pump price. So if they sell to you at pump price at the depot, because that's what they have been told by EPRA,
yes,
then you take that product and you take it to the villages. And this is the absurd story that I've seen flying around, that there are some people who have gone around looking at these guys and telling them you are selling fuel at a higher price. But they don't care to appreciate at what price has these guys done, because there are people in the very far-flanked villages out there. Now the motorbikes people are telling them, you go buy at the pump price, bring to us this product and add some markup. We need that fuel here because all of us are traveling 20-30 kilometers to where that product is. So when these guys go there and find these guys selling at a higher price, they do not care to ask, how did you buy? Because the reason why EPRA tells the oil marketers to sell at a certain price is because they know you bought it at this price. When you go and find an independent petroleum dealer selling at a certain price, you need also to appreciate and ask them, how much did you buy it? So look at the invoice, look at the receipt, and see whether it makes business sense for this person to buy at the same price and go sell at the same price.
Jimmy Kwan anasema I guess ni substandard, so maybe itakuwa cheap. Teacher Johnny is saying the other issue to consider is that legally that product from One Petroleum would be materially different than what came in. It is impossible that it did not mix with some other product. All right, sawa. I guess we've come to the end of this conversation, Martin. I don't know if you have a parting shot so that we can conclude.
So my parting shot would be to the common person there and as well as the government. As I've just said while concluding, is that prices are going to go up. That is given, because those are the mechanics of geopolitics. And then what we must do as a people is that, one, I talk to the government and I tell them, in the times of crisis that we had during Corona, we used to have a gentleman, by then the CS Health, would come every so often on our media spaces
every day
to tell us
at 2 p.m.
every day without fail
to tell us. I think these are the things that happen. Sometimes we don't appreciate them, we appreciate them later. To come and tell us that this is where we are. So many people are affected, these ones are being treated, this one,
Yes.
And so the nation would move together in that time of Corona. We need the same kind of the office of the government spokesperson, the Ministry of Energy. We need information flowing to the public that this is where we are. We don't just say we have molecules in the country. We call product molecule in the country, in our industry. We don't just we have molecules in the country. We say this is the product we have, this is the expected timeline, this is how it is being distributed in the country, so that the anxiety within the minds of the people eases. Then we also come and appreciate, let people work together, because prices are going to go up. You see, like what I've just given, the analogy I've just given, I've compared Kenya with other countries and how they have gone up. It is telling to the common person that if the product in Kenya goes up at a certain level, it is not the industry, it is not probably the government that is responsible, it is the geopolitical results. And so the reason why we blame the government so much is because the minute you drop this once, like nobody prepared you that this is going to happen, then it becomes a problem. So the government needs to keep the information flowing. Then at the cost, whatever prices go up, we need to see government and people taking austerity measures, such that if the prices are going up, say 30 shillings or 40 shillings, can we see the government taking a haircut in taxes and the common mwananchi bridging the other gap. That way, everybody will seem to be going together. If we push it, all of it to the common person, then the common person will feel abandoned by the government. So we need to be seen to be moving together as a nation.
Martin Chomba, thank you so much. This is where we come to a close as far as this conversation is concerned. But coming up next, we have the woman representative for Laikipia County, that is Honorable Jen Kagiri, and the conversation is around the local content bill of 2025.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The manslaughter case linked to the Kwabinzaro killings has begun at Mombasa Law Courts. Main suspect Paul Mackenzie appeared in court alongside 7 co-accused persons over the discovery of bodies in Kwabinzaro in Kilifi County. The prosecution presented 2 witnesses, including a land surveyor who told the court he helped map the area and document key sites, including graves. 12 administration police recruits have been charged with forging KCSE documents to secure jobs in the National Police Service. They are accused of using the fake certificates during recruitment, which led to the admission to AP College in Embakasi. Appearing before Milimani Principal Magistrate Paul Mutai, all the accused denied the charges and pleaded not guilty. The court released each on a 500,000 bond or a 200,000 Kenya shillings cash bail, with the case set to be mentioned again on April 27, 2026.
You have a charge of count number 1 is the charge of forgery, contract section 345 as read with section 349 of the Criminal Code.
The accused may be released on a surety bond of Kenya shillings 500,000, into alternative cash bail of 200,000, with 2 conduct persons, mentioned on 27th of April for pre-trials.
Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has called for a compliance-first approach in regulating Kenya's public benefit organization sector. Speaking at the launch of the PBO Sector Report 2024-2025 at the KICC, he said the government will focus more on facilitation than punishment under the Public Benefit Organizations Act 2023. The report shows that over 4,770 organizations were deregistered for violating the law, while 6 were dissolved over the past year.
Don't make it look like it's punitive. It is facilitative. So I don't want at the end of 13th, we are told, some organizations have been closed because they do not comply. We should go further and ask ourselves, could we have helped them to comply? Yeah, instead of saying, we punish them not to comply. We should change our attitude to these are our stakeholders. How best can we help them to comply?
Preparations are underway for the first edition of the Kenya Health Security Convention, set for May 5th to 8th in Mombasa County. The event is being organized by the Kenya National Public Health Institute under the Ministry of Health. It will bring together experts and stakeholders in health, science, and security to discuss ways of strengthening health systems and improving pandemic preparedness. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance says the next step in negotiations with Iran lies with the Islamic Republic. Speaking after talks over the weekend, he said it is now up to Israel to respond to the United States on whether peace discussions will continue. Vance noted that if Iran respects Washington's red lines on nuclear issues, a deal could be reached that benefits both countries. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. A former Arsenal footballer has pleaded not guilty to 2 new allegations of rape. Thomas Partey appeared at the Southwark Crown Court where he denied twice raping a woman in London in December 2020. Partey, who left Arsenal for Villarreal last summer, was charged in July last year with 5 counts of rape and 1 count of sexual assault, relating to allegations dating back to 2021 and 2022. He has also pleaded not guilty to those charges. The Liverpool coach Arne Slot says his team still believe they can produce a big comeback against Paris Saint-Germain in today's Champions League quarter-final second leg at Anfield. PSG lead 2-0 on aggregate after a strong first leg win in Paris, but Slot insists the Reds are capable of turning things around. Liverpool have only overturned a 2-goal or more first leg deficit twice in Europe, against Auxerre in 1991 and Barcelona in 2019. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 9 minutes past 8 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. I'm with City Muga in the studio. Yule jamaa ambaye anakuanga na methali. And of course, with us, we are joined by woman representative like Kipia County Honorable Jane Kagiri Muhesh. Good morning and welcome back.
Good morning, Mbuvi. I'm so glad to be back here.
Yes. Last time you came, we had a conversation and you told us about Laikipia County.
Yes.
Ukatualika.
Yes.
Sasa tunataka tujipange tukuje. Hatujui tukikuja huko tuna what kinds of staples do you have there in terms of for example breakfast? Juzi tukikuja trust me tunakaa mpaka asubuhi.
Usijali, kwetu mtapata nduma, ngwashe, all the good foods, and of course we have a lot of horticulture, tomatoes, onions, potatoes, maize. We are very good agriculturists.
Good stuff.
Yes.
City has a proverb he'd like to share with you.
Yes.
This week we're in the country of Uganda. Last week tulikuwa Kenya. Ungekuwa hapa bana. Wakenya wako na methali nguvu za nguvu. But pia wa Uganda hawajabaki nyuma. City, over to you.
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week are from the Republic of Uganda. My mother is the best baby carrier, says the baby.
Awesome.
My mother is the best baby carrier.
Yes.
Yeah. Mesh, what do you think about that proverb?
I think it's just right. My mother is the best baby carrier.
Yeah.
Yes. Though again, we need to travel out because sometimes you may think where you are is the best, but when you travel out, you get to learn more. Yeah.
And you're absolutely right. The previous guest gave us another proverb to answer this particular proverb. And that's the beauty of proverbs.
Yes.
They can be interpreted in very many ways.
True.
But with you here today, we want to talk about the local content bill. Perhaps you can just give us an overview. What is it all about?
The local content bill, Mbuvi, and it's good I start by giving you 2 statistics. In the year 2024, the Competition Authority of Kenya did released a report on logistics and transport in this country. And in their findings, they found out that in the trucking business, 90% of the trucking assets are owned by Kenyans. However, 70% of the contracts by multinationals go to multinationals. I hope you get the absurdity of that statement. The trucks are owned by Kenyans, but it is not Kenyans who get the contracts. So that's the first statistic. The second statistic is in the year 2024, UNCTAD released their investment report on Kenya. And in the year 2023, the foreign direct investment inflow into Kenya was $1.5 billion US dollars.
Yes.
The outflow that same year was $1.3 billion US dollars.
All right.
I hope you realize that what came in left at 87%. So what was retained in the country was only 13%. So what this bill is about, and I would like to mention the genesis of it, is number one, of course we had the very contentious finance bill of 2024.
Yes.
And that's when I started getting myself to think, because it's good now that the temperatures are down for us to speak what was the content of that bill. We wanted to introduce a levy on any imported food products. And for me specifically, I was so passionate about it because in my area I have horticultural farmers. And I remember around the same month, July of 2024, in a period about then, my farmers were selling onions at 10 shillings per kilo. Those who sold them 10 shillings per kilo. Those who sold, who did better, sold at 50 shillings per kilo. And in the desperation to make a sale, what used to happen, trucks would leave Nairobi, come to Laikipia, buy the onions, rebrand them as Uganda and Tanzania onions in Nairobi, and sell them at 150 shillings a kilo. So I found myself wondering, why would I call myself a leader if I cannot protect my people? That was the first scenario. All of us are a bit traveled. And anytime you go outside the country, for me I specifically like visiting the grocery sections in supermarkets.
Yes.
And I'll always see avocado from Kenya, avocado from Saudi, avocado from this other country. Of course, apart from food safety, the other reason that makes them label products like that is so that you, the local consumer, as you're buying the avocado from Kenya, know that you're promoting a Kenyan against your own local production. Today, I keep saying I have my 4-year-old son.
Yes.
Anytime I pick him from school, he'll tell me, Mommy, take me to this fast food and buy me French fries from there. As I'm buying those French fries, I'm so pained because I know these French fries have come from Europe.
Even the viazi
zinatumika in that particular fast food, which is an MNC.
Yeah.
So I find myself again wondering, what prevents us from putting a law that we ensure skills transfer come to our people, going to contract farming with my farmers, give them the seed of the potato that you want. If it is the chopping machine you need, me as a woman representative, I'm ready to support my people. So that is one of the things that has totally kept challenging me. We even have a multinational food chain here, or rather supermarket. They import their food from outside the country and they'll sell it, potatoes from Egypt, food from Europe, yet we have our own local farmers struggling to sell their own produce. So that's the first scenario. The second scenario, we had the issue of imported sanitary towels. I am the chairperson of the 47 county MPs. Every year we have a budget of 940 million for purchase of sanitary towels. The first year as I sat as the chair, because I was elected in the year 2024 by the 47 women, I sat and I watched the procurement process. The sanitary towels that we received were all from outside this country. So in that, all of them are from outside this country. So again, what are we doing to ourselves as a country if we are going to set a budget by Kenyan taxpayers for us to go buy products from another country? So I found myself wondering, what is preventing us from protecting our local consumers? I'll give you my third scenario that is the genesis of this bill, then I go into the bill.
Right.
I had been an entrepreneur for the last 13 years. And what I used to do, I was a government contractor. So in the year 2015, I noticed a particular project called the Medical Equipment Supply Project. So I pursued it, and the winner of that tender was a multinational. So the components of that tender was construction as well as supply of medical equipment. So the multinational won the whole contract. So I approached the multinational and successfully was able to win to be subcontracted to do construction, which I did construction of around 11 radiology departments in this country. Today, Mbuvi and City, when you look back, what was the role of the multinational in the construction? Wouldn't the government have directly given me the tender as Jen Kagiri? Did we need that middleman who is an MNC for them to give me the business? So as I've kept having this conversation, I've gotten a lot of input from it. Look at a scenario city where we have multinationals in this this country. We have our own local bank called KCB, rated amongst the best banks in Africa. Going by the global credit rating, KCB goes by AA for long-term lending, AA+1 for short-term lending. However, when multinationals in this country come to banking, they bank with their counterparts who are multinationals.
All right.
We go to auditing. We have our very good auditor general who audits our budget of this year, 4.3 trillion. Below her are fellow Kenyans, able to audit. They pick out where the government has misappropriated. They guide and advise us on what we're supposed to do. However, when a multinational comes to do its audit, they cannot trust a Kenyan to do it. for a 10 billion turnover or a 50 billion turnover. Yet, they'll allocate that tender to a multinational who will then come back again and subcontract Mbuvi, an auditor, to do the same job.
Yes.
The same thing happens to transport. We have our own transporters who have all these trucks. However, a multinational will ensure it gives the contract to a fellow multinational for that multinational to now again come and contract City to do the same job. So what my bill is about, we are calling it the 60, 80, 100 bill. And our demand in the bill is, we don't have a problem. Give your fellow multinationals all the business that you'd want.
Yes.
However, 60% must go to local Kenyans. Give them the 40%. We will not question that. But 60%, let it come back to the Kenyans. On 80%, it is your workforce must be 80% Kenyans. And in fact, Mbuvi, I thought, was being very mean when I said 80%.
Yes.
However, as we've been picking the proposed amendments, Kenya Association of Manufacturers proposed that we move it to 94%. They know what they're speaking about. Because when we speak of an expatriate, it should be somebody who has competence that no other Kenyan has. I'm sure all of us have watched videos that have trended online of a foreigner slapping a Kenyan, of a foreigner pushing a Kenyan. And the following day, you see the Kenyan apologize, yet he's the one who had been offended.
Yes.
And I find myself asking, me as Jane Kagiri, would I be allowed to do that in another country? The point at which I'm trying to bring is, by the time somebody has the duty of walking around supervising what other workers are doing, it means that's a job another Kenyan can do. Would you be unable to walk around supervising and doing things?
Actually,
Bobby, before you go to your question, allow me to give the last aspect. So as I've been receiving the proposed amendments, I've gotten very interesting input. And input from our engineers, our architects, our skilled professionals. And I've realized it is not now only the multinationals that bring into this bill. I have to bring our own government into this bill. Reason being, we'll always see tenders from Kenha, Kengen, Kenya Pipeline, etc., etc. Skilled and well prepared for only a multinational to win. I would want to challenge our own government and take them back to the country of China. When China was building their high-speed rail, the first time, they relied on France, they relied on Germany, and they relied on a country, Japan. When those three countries came into China, China demanded for skills transfer. Today, who can compete with China on high-speed rail? Nobody. Because they did what was supposed to be done. The second example I'll give you, our own Kengen on Geothermal. Today, Kengen, on the initial project on Geothermal, they relied on skills transfer and demanded for it. They acquired it. Today, Kengen is in Ethiopia. Already, we are now an international player on matters geothermal because we allowed for that skills transfer. So what we are demanding, even from these, our own parastatals and government, we are going to demand. Mousami Trironi Road has given us a good example. If you go on that road, you'll find more than 12 contractors. So for now, we will be demanding from our government, you can no longer tell us about 300 kilometers of road. Break down that contract for it to fit Kenyans. If you issue that contract to a foreigner, they must have whatever, what is it called, like mirroring. If it's engineers, you're bringing in a foreign engineer, he must be mirrored by a Kenyan engineer. An architect, the same, all that. So that at the end of the day, they leave the country and we are left with our skills back in this country.
I actually wanted to support you on that because, number one, China right now are constructing a rail that will travel at 1,000 kilometers per hour.
Imagine.
That's the level they have gotten now. On the issue of employment, the European Union, you will not be employed in the European Union unless kila mtu kwa hiyo European, that entire union, hapatikani anaweza fanya hiyo skill. So before they employ a Kenyan, watakuwa wameangalia throughout the entire union.
True.
Wakose ndio waseme, okay, now employ Mbuvi from Kenya.
It's true.
So I agree with you, and we should have done this a long time ago.
It's time, and we must deliver on this one.
That rule that the EU has is interesting, but because they have an aging population, they don't have very much choice but to bring in people from other parts of the world.
They have to,
They do not have a choice. You know, the this bill is long overdue.
Yes, it is.
I am surprised you didn't include in it, or maybe you did, and I didn't listen keenly. The issue of ownership, because there are countries where when you want to conduct business in that country, there must be a local partnership within that business. That's what I'm referring to as ownership. This Middle East that people keep talking about, you can go and open your business if you like, but by law, local participation, as in one of the owners of that particular entity must be local. Multinationals are business entities. They don't come here because they like us.
They're here to make money.
Yes. In the process, they'll pretend they like us, but they actually come here to make money. So again, if legislation doesn't look after, or let me say the legislators don't look after the interests of their own citizens, whose interests are they going to look after? Because indeed there are people who want to come and do business here. But we seem to have this feeling that we must treat visitors who come to do business here better than we treat our own people.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
But on the matter of the road construction, I'm reminded of why Kibaki brought them. There was a season when we had briefcase contractors whom we had inherited from the Moi government, who were contractors by name, and you'd see signage of construction.
Yes.
But you wouldn't see very much construction. That seemed to have been the problem. There are many roads that you were told were under construction, and you'd see a few. It was, let me put it this way, it was not pleasant.
That's true.
This Mombasa road going to the airport, the number of people who had been given that road in the era before Kibaki is to do God knows what. Kibaki came in and gave it to the Chinese, and we were happily surprised that they were building roads day and night, and they finished it. So people said, actually, you know something?
Yeah.
Why don't we just give these fellows this business? Since they seem to, when they say they're going to finish it. But the thing you say about making sure that even if there is a road, you give it to different people to see it. It was done with Ngong Road. That's what is called Nairobi Funeral Home now, City Mortuary.
Yes.
You know that Nairobi Funeral Home imekata kuingia kwa kichwa. City Mortuary, okay? That road was sponsored by the Japanese. And indeed what you're saying happened.
Yeah.
Okay? The road where the Japanese were let me just go back. The unique thing is, it was funded by the Japanese but built by the Chinese. It's quite unique.
Yes.
Yes. But it goes up to that mall. What is it called? The one
T-Mall.
No. T-Mall is in Ngong Road, Langata.
Langata.
T-Mall liko Langata.
Langata. Is this other one?
Prestige.
Unapita Prestige.
Galleria.
No. You umeenda
Junction.
Junction.
Yeah.
Okay. The people who took over at Junction, I'm told, were locals.
Yeah.
There is a massive difference. Massive difference.
Yes.
So the idea is excellent.
Yeah.
The blame now goes directly to the road, the agency that's supposed to be in charge, whether it's Kera, Kura, I'm not sure which one it is.
Yeah.
But it points to what it is that happened in the year 2000 plus when Kibaki came in. If we are not certain that the supervision will meet the required standards, I'm afraid our local contractors, I'm not going to blame them.
Yeah.
Because I know some and they tell me why that problem is the way it is. But it is something that we must guard.
It's true.
Because it endangers. A couple of years ago, a young lady died on that road. Why? The marking is bad.
Yeah.
It had rained. It is very easy to miss whatever it is that you're doing. She fell into a kadech. She died.
Oh, no.
Yes. Now, we do not need to lose lives that we lose on our roads courtesy of the roads that are built.
Yeah.
But at the same time, even as we demand some of these things, we must demand those higher standards that they should be met by our own people.
Yeah.
Yes. But the question is, how do we do this? The structure for it being done exists. We have enough bodies that are supposed to ensure that these things get done.
Yeah.
But they do not get done.
It's true.
Now, we know why that problem is there. The question is, how do we cure it? We know the problem, so that we don't know. How do you cure it?
For one, City would want to say nobody is held responsible for all these things. Yet somebody should be held responsible for low quality work and all that. But again, there are good roads that have been built in this country and built by Kenyans.
Yeah.
Those are the people we are proposing to be given more opportunities to build. And even for them, can they do skills transfer to the next level of contractors? So that at the end of the day, we'll have totally Kenyan contractors doing work. And I'm looking at whatever is happening around the world, even just consider this Iran war. And ask yourself, if it goes too far, and we are a country that is dependent on foreigners to do everything for us, where would we be left as a country? So even as we need to start asking ourselves a question, how dependent are we on others? We need to also start becoming self-dependent. The other thing I'll agree with you, City, is you've asked in regards to what is a local company and what is a foreign company. This bill is also going to actually make sure that we are not talking about who gets the tender. Our interest is on who benefits from that tender. Because local companies, we know people They can camouflage and change themselves into anything for them to ensure the benefit at the end of the day. So that one is one of the very good proposed amendments that we're going to be putting in to ensure that we actually protect who a local company is and who a foreign company is. Again, it's interesting that I've seen multinational companies who have come out strongly saying, oh no, this law is very punitive and I don't know what. But I listened to one particular multinational as they were saying that, they said they're already 70% compliant. So I found myself wondering, well, do you have a problem with a bill that you can actually use as a benchmark and say we have already surpassed what you're demanding of us as we're already doing at 70%. So what I would want to say is this is a bill that is going to be a game changer for this country. And allow me to introduce statistics at this point, because I want to use 3 companies, and this is in public domain, something that you can verify. We have Safaricom, we have EABL, we have BAT. Last year, they repatriated 59 billion shillings out of the country on services that Kenyans can do.
59 what?
59 billion shillings.
In one financial year?
In one financial year. If we introduce the 60% requirement on them, they will be retaining 35 billion in this country. Those are just 3 multinationals I've spoken about. In this country, we have more than 200 multinationals. What am I trying to say? City and Mbuvi, every day you wake up to a scandal in this country, you get very angry. You say, how did we lose 10 billion shillings? Today, I need you to be more angry because we are losing more than 1 trillion shillings every year on repatriated profits from this country. I'll give you examples of insurance. Companies come here, multinationals, they will only insure third party with our insurance companies. The rest, they repatriate, they insure outside the country. So why can't we compel anybody? If you're having a contract in this country, for heaven's sake, can you insure all your vehicles and all your properties with insurance companies in this country? The second example I'll give you is security. I've walked into your building, very wonderful security people, brought me up to your studio, very courteous. When it comes to multinationals, they have to contract a multinational security company, yet the work is going to be done by a Kenyan. So what stops them from allowing fair competition with KK, RADA, the rest? These are all Kenyans who are going to serve us at the end of the day. But why do you need that multinational? So what my bill is demanding is, can you eliminate Mbuvi for City to do the work also? I don't need Mbuvi to be a middleman in this business. So let Mbuvi get his. I have no problem, his 40%. But can City, the Kenyan, also get his direct without being subcontracted by anybody?
But it's interesting you should say that, because if you look at the foreign missions in this country, they have their own security, people who are probably in the police force in their countries. But the people, you find local security companies actually contracted. So are we saying that these people we see contracted are not contracted directly, that they're probably contracted through another multinational security company?
City, take a very close look. You realize it is a multinational security company that mans. However, it is Kenyans who are there. So our problem is not that they should give us everything. For heaven's sake, we don't have a problem. Let your embassy be guarded by that multinational security company. Then let the offices be manned by another local company. I mean, let's balance these things. If it is a multinational manufacturing company, let your offices be manned by the multinational security company. But the manufacturing area, give a local company. Let us not just make sure that it is one. In fact, do your homework from today. It is one particular security company that gets all the contracts from multinationals and any foreign company, because it is a multinational like them. Then it comes again, employs local Kenyans. So what stops the competence of, I don't know if you're getting my argument.
I'm getting it 100%.
KK employs Kenyans. This multinational also employs Kenyans. I wish that multinational security company was bringing foreigners who have different skills, but when you go to that place, you still see it's another Kenyan. So why won't you allow a fair playing field? Don't give 100 contracts to this particular multinational. Distribute, give him 40, then give other Kenyan security companies the same. If it is competence you need, we are saying in the bill you've seen, the fourth demand is capacity build our people. So if you feel our security is not good enough, we are compelling you. Do skills transfer, make them better, and customize them to what you want them to be. But you cannot deny us business, yet everybody you're giving business. Today, if 2 multinationals want to do a contract, they give the contract, the law firm, to another multinational. And I'm sure you know all those multinational law firms that are in this country. However, all the employees are Kenyans. So what stops you from giving Kagiri and Kagiri advocates, yet even you as a multinational, it is a Kagiri behind a desk doing the same contract. So that's the argument.
I want to take you back to that issue of sanitary towels. Are we manufacturing sanitary tiles in this country?
Yes, we have 10 manufacturers in this country. Initially, they had 600 employees.
Okay.
After we allowed a lot of influx of imported sanitary towels, now they are down to 100 employees, and most of them have switched off their machines. However, when I engaged with them, they told me they produce 90 packets per minute. So 90 packets per minute would mean 900 packets per minute with all these manufacturers. They told me each of them used to have 3 shifts.
Yes.
So that is 24 hours production. So at the end of the week, we'd have around 21 million packets of sanitary towels from these particular 10 companies. So for me, on quantity, I don't think we'd have a problem. And I'm sad that I'm seated with men who do not understand this, but I always want to bring in this logic. Anytime people want status quo to remain, they'll bring in the issue of quality. But I keep saying, when I was in high school, my parents would take me to the supermarket. And on the shelf, they looked for the cheapest. They never looked for quality, cotton levels, what. They never did that. They would pick the cheapest packet of cotton, of sanitary towels, and that's what I would use to school. And up to date, that is where we are at. Today, if I found myself that my monthly periods have begun when I'm in the studio, I'll rush out here. Ask a lady who has carried one for a rainy day. It won't be in a packet. I'll just pick it, rush to the toilet, and use it. So, did I ask her if it's an imported product? No. I did not. So, I'm sorry to say, of course, I would not deny that there is issue of quality because we are all different. However, when it comes to us destroying the status quo, that is when we are reminded this quality is bad, that quality is bad, or we cannot afford local production and all those things. However, in our daily lives, we have interacted with those same products, not noticed a thing, though I cannot deny there are people who have noticed the quality and all that, but we need to give our own local production a chance, because I find it so absurd how you can pay tax, your tax is collected for you, Mbuvi, at the end of the year for us to deliver 1 billion out of the country. I mean, that is I can't even fathom why would be doing that, because even if it is quality, can we improve on our own local quality to just ensure our money is retained in this country?
All right. The reason I was asking that is because last night we had a conversation around the same with Senator Oroba, and what she did mention something to do with the finance bill of 2024 and how that tied in to this whole sanitary issue. According to the conversation, is that the finance bill of 2024 was actually in favor of local production as opposed to the importation.
Yes, it was.
And that is what has never been clear by day to a lot of Kenyans.
In fact, that's okay. Most people are telling me, Jane, please don't, stay away from that topic and all that. But we have to tell ourselves the truth as Kenyans.
Why would anyone ask you to stay away from
because
the topic?
Of course, everybody is reminded of how that season went. But I'm like, it is time for us to tell the truth to each other. Of course, when we keep speaking of unemployment, it is us to create those opportunities for employment. I'll tell you, Mbuvi, if you want to, and this is something you can check today, City and Mbuvi. Do you know we were introducing an eco levy on imported sanitary towels? Imported sanitary towels arrive at the port of Mombasa at 38 shillings. In Nairobi, on the shelves, they are sold at 120 shillings. Even in Mombasa, if you go to a supermarket, an imported sanitary product goes for 120 shillings. Please tell me what cost has brought that increment of 80 shillings on a packet from the port to the shelf.
Okay.
Is it the road? Is it what? Is it the transporters? Is it the loaders? What is that excuse? So what we were saying is we have created a fair playing field for our local manufacturers as well as the importers. Do you know now our local manufacturers were tempted to become importers because importers are making better profits. Because if you go to the shelf, our local products go at 55 shillings. The importer is not charged tax the same way the local producer is not charged. So at the end of the day, why won't I also become an importer and make that 80 shillings? So we were demanding to introduce a levy to reduce on these unscrupulous profits. Because if you can't tell us what the challenge is that is causing you to charge 80 bob extra, then we had better share what that 80 bob is. Today, Mbuvi, and I can go on record, we implemented the eco levy on sanitary towels imported, because our idea was the importers to come set up in our country, create employment for our people, and that way they won't be charged the eco levy. So when, of course, after the finance bill, there are things that were reviewed. And what was beneficial to Kenyans was executed. I can tell you on record today. So let me ask you, Mbuvi, you remember all those protests where people said the prices will go up? No prices have gone up. All those protests where people said, no, the quality will change, I don't know, things like that, nothing has changed. So this is to say it is the status quo that was controlling our minds at that point.
All right.
because they didn't want to pay anything extra. Then they just want to make profits, unscrupulous profits from us, then jet out of the country with and repatriate those profits and leave us with no benefit.
What is the status of this bill?
My bill, we should be going into second reading tomorrow. That is where I get to go on the floor of the House, give all these points I'm giving to you, explain the genesis, explain why we need to support it, and actually give the statistics on how our lives would be different with this bill than it is today.
All right.
Yeah.
Then after the second, so that will happen the entire day tomorrow. How long?
I have 30 minutes to discuss it. Then it's given a 3-hour session for debate. So that could go up to next Wednesday because it's limited. So next Wednesday we complete. Then now we are waiting to go for third reading. Third reading is where now we introduce all the amendments because there has been very good amendments that have come. Because if you look at the penalty that I was proposing 100 million on a defaulter and not less than an year's imprisonment for a CEO. Of course, people ask me, where did the 100 million come from?
Yeah.
Mbuvi, if I had not put that 100 million there, none of you would have read the bill. But all of you are like, oh, have you seen this bill that has 100 million penalty? So it was like an attention seeker. Yeah. But of course, this is a conversation where we are allowing any proposal to come in. And I like one proposal where I think it's KEPSA that proposed we should have a local content compliance authority. Rather than us go all the way the legal way, let's have a place where there can be dispute resolution, where people can be helped to actually become compliant, and somewhere we can settle and agree on all this. And of course, for all the 60, 80, 100, it is transitional. So we know some industries, and in fact, like for the agricultural products, I would be lying to say we can do 100% because I know some of these industrial requirements, they'll need concentrates, enzymes, things that we cannot locally produce. So in such cases, there'll be exemptions. But where we put it at 100% is if we had considered the exemptions, then everybody would have asked for the exemption. But now at least let's go item by item by item, allowing for what can be done. Of course, even there is the issue of where we are speaking about certain crops. We've given, in fact, even when the bill is assented to, there'll be a 1-year grace period for implementation. So everybody
for compliance.
So everybody can reorganize, set themselves up for us to ensure. In fact, this is a bill. If I would put it in local terms, this is Buy Kenya, Build Kenya, being made into a law. Because we've been relying so much on goodwill. Somebody says they give us 70% local business. And I would want to add, petroleum and petroleum products like fuel are not local products. Because most of these MNCs tell us, I'm buying all my fuel from Kenya. Fuel is not from Kenya. That is not a local product. So nobody will come and convince us that that falls under the 60%. Okay. But otherwise, that is all about my bill.
All right.
I look forward to its support and for it to transform the country.
And we wish you all the best.
Yeah.
Because clearly this is a good thing for the country.
Yeah.
You have been supporting the current government.
Yes.
For ever since you got to office.
Yes.
Several things that I'd like to point out, and perhaps you can help us understand.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things that the president has promised.
Yeah.
Some of them really unfulfilled, and Kenyans would just like to understand from your perspective, because again, as someone who supports the government, maybe you have an insight that we do not have.
Yeah.
For example, the things that when he was at Kalau, he mentioned some roads, I think some bridges that he had promised the people of Kalau a few, I don't know if it's months or years later, that have not yet been delivered. Again, just yesterday, CS Wandai did say that perhaps before the end of the year, we shall be seeing crude oil leaving Turkana towards the port of Mombasa, perhaps to a destination for refinement, and many other things that Kenyans are waiting with bated breath. For how long are we going to be waiting for some of these promises to be fulfilled?
Mbuvi keeps saying the one thing I feel we made a mistake as a government was to have failed to take Kenyans through the situation the country was in when we started in 2022. Of course, I remember when a bit of that was tried, Kenyans said, shut up and get moving. You asked for this job, can you go ahead and do it? But what people need to...
That was the second mistake.
Yeah.
You should not have shut up.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying that is the one mistake I know that we did. And I remember 3 months into our election, already there was an installment coming up for repayment. Of course, there was no money in the coffers, and I must congratulate His Excellency the President and our government for us having come this far as a government. I served in the previous regime as an advisor in the Executive Office of the President, and so I knew how the books looked. When I got into Parliament, it's on the Hansard. I was a member of Parliament who rose and said that before we go for every election, we should put in a law that the president at the end of that term needs to table the books of account of the country as it looks. Because you see, if you remember, like now in the previous, during the campaigns, everybody kept saying, you're going to regret, you're going to regret. We didn't know what we were going to regret. But somebody somewhere knew there was an installment coming up. There was challenges ahead. This is where the country was headed. So that is the first thing I would say that has gotten us to where we are. So because I keep saying, if I owed my neighbor money, I would cut on sugar, I would cut on milk, I would cut on bread for me to first clear that debt because my neighbor is watching me. Today, that's the thing we need to understand. There were already projects that had been started by the previous regime. The government has no break. It is continuous. So whatever was started by the previous regime has to be continued. A good example is the Mau Mau roads. The contractors are all back on the road. You cannot say you will stop this because you need to first start on something else. Yet the resources are so limited. So for me, I would say that is why it's taken long. And currently we are beginning. In fact, if you look at the infrastructure fund, that is when you can tell the government is confident. Because once it comes into execution, now all these promised projects can start. But Mbuvi, allow me to add at this point. And this is something I said during the service when we had the Corino in State House on Sunday.
Yes.
This country, we are all equal shareholders in this country. Nobody should feel they're better than us. There are instances where I've seen people like for me, I've been criticized for remaining in the government. Yet I would want to challenge those developed counties that are my neighbors and where some of these leaders come from. When they were getting their markets 20 years ago, we did not tell them to exit the government. When they were getting Mau Mau Road, we did not tell them to exit the government. When their children were being employed, we did not tell them to exit the government. When they were getting electricity, water, etc., nobody told them to exit the government. So at this point, can they stop being our masters or trying to be our masters to tell us where we should be or where we should not be? It is our time. Before all this politics started in this country, my theme became it's Laikipia's time. Because when I came to Parliament and I looked at the development in different areas, I was like, where has my county been left behind? Mbuvi, I keep telling you, in 1,100 kilometers of road in Laikipia, only 70 kilometers have bitumen or have tarmac. So are we children of a lesser God? It is our time to sit in this government. Like now we have a road called Nanyuki Rumuruti Road, which connects our Laikipia East to Laikipia West and Laikipia North to also Laikipia West constituency. This road getting tarmac will connect our whole county. We will become an economy by ourselves. We are getting a 10,000-seater stadium. The contractor is already in Nanyuki. When sports happen, me, I'm an Arsenal fan, though of course Josie walitulilisha. But I keep telling my people, who knows, Arsenal could come for a friendly in Nanyuki one day, and that economy of our county will transform. So what I'm trying to say is, I would tell those people to liza boli. It's our time to also benefit. When you are benefiting, hakuna mtu aliwauliza. So it is our time to also benefit, get our roads, get our water, get our electricity, get our counties to be where their counties are at. Because nobody is special in this country. Sisi wote tuko sawa. Yeah.
On the issue of honest conversations, we hardly see government affiliated members of parliament and senators holding their colleagues to account. For example, we have witnessed issues in government, in the executive, whether it's in the Ministry of Trade and Investment, whether it's in the Ministry of Health, whether it's in the Ministry of Health, did I say health? Education, whether it's in the Ministry of Labor. All these issues that are happening in there, we are not seeing you trying to hold each other accountable. We have got to wait for someone like Rigathi Gachagua to actually tell us, oh, there's some deal that went sour somewhere in the Ministry of Energy. And instead of the folks that we have entrusted, and that's you folks, we have entrusted with oversight to come and actually tell us that, look guys, we're actually looking into this and these are the findings. We don't see that at all. All we see is the fights, the bickering between politicians. And I think that's really fair to the people of Kenya.
Mbuvi, I would want to say these days you've not been watching a lot of news, because the last time we had our retreat as parliamentarians, we invited the Minister for the CS for Education and the CS for Health. And it ran in all media houses. In fact, I remember the majority leader came out very strongly on them. And many other colleagues actually came out very strongly on them.
The retreat in Limuru?
No, in Naivasha. Okay. And it was, I think, a month ago or something when we were resuming this session of parliament. It must have been sometime in February. And we raise issues. On the floor of the house, we actually raise issues. Even what I'm raising today is it's something that is putting the government in check. Well, the motion on the cost of electricity in 2023, it is me who tabled it. Wasn't it a question against my own government? We have been putting the government in check. However, they say, if the dog bites you, it's not news. But if you bite the dog, that is when news becomes. So if Jane Kagire speaks and talks about what government needs to do better, it is not news. When somebody out there insults and attacks and claims things, that is now when it becomes news. However, we are keeping our government in check because bottom line, everybody wants the success of our country. Nobody would be wishing for our country to go down. So nobody would sit still and think this is not working, it is okay. Yeah. Yesterday we had, I think it's the day before yesterday, a review on the teachers' threshold on outpatient on SHA, and it had been reduced to 2,500. I received a lot of outcry from my teachers. Yesterday it was reversed back to 4,500. So again, do I need to come out to the public and protest, or if I can silently follow a channel and get it reversed, that is the easiest way to do.
What was the issue with that particular?
Of course, yeah, it is unfortunate. I keep saying we must have honest conversations even as Kenyans, because we must say the institutions or health facilities that are actually abusing SHA. So sometimes the limit is put to prevent that abuse of the facility. I'll give you an example. I once visited a church and I met a young man and he told me, oh, my sister has been discharged from the hospital. However, we have a bill of 167.
This is a constituent of yours?
Yes, my own constituent.
Yes.
So I felt God had a reason why I came to this church, and the reason was this young man. So I told him I'm going to help offset the bill. I sent my person to the hospital and asked them, check what we can do about this bill. My person who went to the hospital found that there was a charge of 20,000 for an ambulance to Nairobi, and another charge on the baby who had been born of 20,000 for an ambulance to Nairobi.
Yet they traveled in the same ambulance?
No, they have never left Nanyuki.
Okay.
They have been in the hospital. So I'm asking them, mlienda kwani mlikuwa wagonjwa sana mlipelekwa Nairobi? They're like, hapana, mimi sijai kwenda Nairobi maisha yangu yote. So picture, if this lady had been able to raise the 167,000, would she have noted that thing in the bill? So sometimes these restrictions are so that they monitor to see what is in this bill, because it's sad that we can claim government does all these wrong things, but we also have so many other people in the systems who are doing things that are not right. Because I looked at such a poor family. Why would you make people fundraise for something that you did not serve them? So you claim they went in an ambulance? Nothing like that. What is it for?
What we're discussing and what you've spoken to with clarity is what you would say an inheritance.
Yeah.
Because NHIF dealt with health facilities.
Yes.
SHA is new.
Yeah.
So what you're seeing in SHA tells you what existed in NHIF.
True.
And not everybody was happy with NHIF.
Yeah.
But the real issue here is how it is government communicates the issues.
True.
We do not fail to point it out when we have a representative like you here that there are so many things. This very thing you have said, we had Dr. Luga here. PS Health.
Yeah.
Thank you. And he explained it to us the way he explained it well.
Yeah.
We even had the CEO of SHA. Yeah. He explained it well. And we asked him question, why must you be the one explaining these things in great detail and you have a spokesman? There's an entire department. Secondly, within your ministry, you have communication people. Why is it you who has to come and explain it when you come to a talk show?
Yeah.
Why isn't it out there for people to understand?
Very unfortunate.
Because the very, very beginning of SHA, for instance, we thought, the complaints were many. At that time, the chairman was a gentleman, Dr. Luen.
Yeah.
And where I was working, we called him on many occasions just to explain. The more I talked to him, the more I realized
there's a breakdown.
It isn't. The system must have a problem because it is new, and any new system will have teething problems.
Yes.
Guaranteed. But it was working. If somebody says, do you know, they are charging me this, or they have paid this and they haven't paid it, and then you conclude it's not working. But they've paid a portion. That proves it's working.
True.
Somebody comes and says, oh, there are these hospitals that haven't been paid. Again, you're proving it's working.
Yes.
The fact that it hasn't paid doesn't mean it won't be paid.
Yeah.
But why must people who have had live experiences come to explain something the government can explain with ease?
But I like what Mosh is doing, because she is the beginner of that bill, and perhaps the explanation would probably come better from her. But I agree, government needs also to buttress the efforts.
Okay? You see, beyond the bill, there is the narrative.
True.
And that narrative has been pushed and pushed and pushed. And many people who have even heard it never ask, how true is this thing?
Yeah.
But the narrative in a nutshell is this government, there's nothing this government has done which works. And you're thinking, but that's not true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not true. It's not possible for it to be true.
It's true.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you know why I'm emphasizing this thing? Even though the government did not explain itself and explain the situation they found themselves financially, it does not mean they can't explain what we're doing here.
It's true.
The previous discussion we had about the G2G, most citizens don't understand just how that sorted out this foreign exchange problem in one. They have no idea.
And they don't want to have the idea.
Yeah, that's the point. When something is told to you clearly, repeatedly, even if you do not want to hear, you have no choice.
True.
The optics that the government engaged in when it came in was considered opulent. And so it worked against the narrative that they didn't find money in the coffers. Now, there's no day in the course of the week where taxes are not paid in this country. However, this government did not explain that of whatever money we collect, they can only use 20%, if not more.
It's true.
They should have explained it and found people who can actually explain and say, folks, we are working with 20%. And for us to do the things we want to do, we have to borrow.
Yeah.
Now, that's not something very difficult to understand. But you continue explaining. As the criticisms come up, you explain. But the government doesn't do that. So they take a thorough bashing.
Very true. And it's very unfortunate.
Well,
but it's a good challenge which we'll take up.
We say it all the time, but we must say it's never taken up. Because
Can I read some comments here from our listeners and viewers? Victor Osuma anasema good ideas, but as well work with labor courts and strengthen labor laws because there will definitely be labor issues. We have a poor paying culture. And someone else did say somewhere down here, I hope I'll find that nini akasema, where is it? But what they were trying to say is that local companies pay pesa kidogo as compared to the multinationals, and that is why perhaps the multinationals are still thriving in the kind of way that they are. So in connection with the labor laws, how are we going to ensure that at the end of the day we do not have Siti Muga paying his workers 22,000, yet if they had gone to Kagiri, who is an international company, who probably pay them 70,000?
In fact, indirectly,
Yes.
the person is supporting what I'm doing. Because what we are demanding is can these MNCs give more Kenyans opportunities to work for them? So kama walalipangwa kidogo in local companies, it is okay. Let's we create space for each other. Where we talk your local company, now we are demanding MNCs to actually employ you and give you an opportunity to serve there. However, there's something else you've asked about the labor laws.
Yes.
Of course, we know we have the labor laws, but there's no labor law that will protect us bringing in an expatriate that can do doing the work that a fellow Kenyan can do. This is all that my bill is speaking into. So you cannot tell me a foreman in a construction site will be protected by Kenyan labor laws. He won't. That one is automatic because the constitution first protects the Kenyan before it protects anybody else. So that we have considered, and that is why we are demanding for the 80% and not saying 100% must be Kenyans.
Yeah. And then we do have Mbuvi on, this is now Samson anasema Mbuvi on Thursday mwambie tutamsalimia for that push. Hiyo bill by May inafaa imepita na kila mtu May tunapata tunakuja tao for jobs. I think they're expecting instant gratification for lack of a better word.
First, Nini, it's me who needs to salimia them because despite all that they have said and spoken about me, I am still here standing strong and demanding for them to be given employment and to get employment at the end of the day.
Barrett anasema Mehesh, well done. No matter what and notwithstanding any other factors, we must encourage local manufacturing and consumption. Buy Kenya, consume Kenya, build Kenya.
Very true.
Alafu kulikuanga na nani mwingine hapa hivi?
I like that. Buy Kenya, consume Kenya, build Kenya.
Exactly. Jerry Omondi, unfortunately, SHA doesn't work. is the basis of working in comparison to NHIF. Also, the reason why there is a trust deficit is because the government has demonstrated it's not people-centered, referring to June of 2024.
Again, when city speaks of our lack of communication, I feel so many things were not also communicated in regards to NHIF and SHA. I'll tell you something, Mbuvi and City.
Yeah.
If you remember when we had NHIF, you'd get institutions with a sticker showing NHIF compliant or NHIF something. You remember that sticker, a white sticker with the NHIF logo? Yes. You'd find it in any health institution. Do you know what that sticker meant? That every month, whether you had treated a patient or not, you are qualified for a capitation fee. So money is sent to your health facility, whether you have treated or not treated anybody. How ridiculous is that?
How much was sent?
I don't know the percentages, but it depended on the size of the health facility. And you know what some institutions would do? They would close the last 2 weeks of the month. Because whether you operate or not, of course you need to reduce your overheads for you to enjoy this free money that is coming to you. So those are some of the things that our government did not communicate to the Kenyan public. Please do your homework.
And some of the shenanigans that you are reading of, they were worse even in the times of NHIF.
Yeah.
Ghost hospitals, they existed.
Very many.
They existed. There's nothing that we are talking about here that NHIF had not pioneered or NHIF had not shown us.
No, then ask yourself, if you owned a health institution and used to receive that money, capitation, with or with no work, would you support SHA today? SHA demands that you will be paid as per the number of patients you have treated. And it has to be verified. Why would you support that?
There's a procedure of invoicing.
Yes.
It must follow the procedure of the treatment you went for.
Exactly.
And it must follow. If it doesn't, the system rejects it immediately. How do I know this? Because we had a guest who explained it.
And with NHIF, you'd go, your approval could take a month. Who remembers what treatment you got a month ago? So anybody would write Jane delivered twins, stayed in the nursery for 3 months, bill the government for that. Today, SHA approves as you're standing there. So there's nothing that can be added later on. Oh, Mbuvi came back for this or the other. SHA approves what is there, you're treated and you get moving. Number 3, with NHIF, I could be Dr. Jane Kagiri in Nanyuki Hospital, and Dr. Jane Kagiri's clinic could be treating somewhere in town. With SHA, you can't. Dr. Jane Kagiri chooses if she's going to be at the hospital or at the clinic. The system cannot allow for double entry at the same time. Because you cannot be 2 people at the same time. Again, if you were Dr. Jane Kagiri, would you support the system?
Of course not.
So those are some of the things that our people need to be explained to and the challenges that came in with the introduction of SHA. But that is the sad truth Kenyans have to be told. And me, I have chosen to be that one person who will say the truth. Whether it is popular or not, the truth must be said at the end of the day.
Yeah, the issue of communication, of course, comes through as City had explained it. Last but not least, mambo ya goons. We have seen a lot of goon industry, the goonism, as we like to call it. Because, for example, look at what happened to Osotsi, look at what happened in Kikuyu, look at what happened in, I think it was in Kakamega, ile baraza watu walikuja wakadisrupt hapo. When are we going to see an end to this particular industry that we call goonism?
Mbuvi, we had the same conversation with City before the start of the show, and I was telling me it's becoming a very worrying trend and a very unfortunate one. For me, I like speaking about myself, and I'll say I don't believe in violence in politics. In fact, I keep telling people leadership is given by God. If you get into that house of parliament, you'll find the educated, the uneducated, the wealthy, the not wealthy. You'll find literally any person sits in that house. That should tell you what there's no qualification to be in parliament. So those extra aggressive, unfortunate efforts people put in, I don't think are necessary. For me, I keep saying, since I started contesting, and that was in the year 2011, when I was very young, I have never mentioned an opponent's name. I have never spoken about an opponent. I tell people what I will do as Jane Kagiri. Because my reason in Mbuvi is, why would I waste time talking about somebody else, yet I have not finished explaining what I can do as Jane Kagiri. Number 2, I have become, last week I was trending for somebody who is supposed to be speaking of presidential content, speaking about Jane Kagiri. I will not honor him with a response. I won't. I have too much to tell my people and to tell the country for me to direct my energy on an individual. So I'm really hoping an end comes to this goonism, because it is not good, and it is even affecting our image as a country.
Actually, the people who are encouraging it is you people whom we donate these powers to. You are the people who fund, and you are the people who encourage it. It is not you, Jane.
Yeah.
But your ilk, those individuals with whom you work, the ones who share the same space with you, they are the ones who ensure that this industry keeps growing. Them.
There's also one thing I need to mention. Let's also remember where our country has gotten to. You can no longer tell who is genuine and who is not. Because today, nothing will stop somebody branding movie with a Jane Kagiri t-shirt and paying him to say Jane Kagiri sent him. That is a very unfortunate thing. So for me, I would think in totality, we must put our country in order. Any goon, whether for government or against government, must be stopped in entirety. It is very unfortunate and a bad image for our country.
Last comment. Mweni says this country should vote in leaders who are ready to work for the Kenyans, no matter the chama one comes into parliament in. I love this lady. Keep it up, Madam Kagiri. Kudos. Mwesh, we wish you all the best as far as that bill is concerned. Na ikisha ingiana sasa, ukuju tuambie next steps, eh?
Sawa, sawa.
All right.
Thank you.
Here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Chairperson of the Petroleum Outlets Association of Kenya, Martin Chomba, says supply limits and market reactions are causing artificial fuel shortages in the country. He notes that independent stations, about 68% of outlets, receive limited supply, triggering panic buying and fast stock depletion. Chomba adds that even stations selling up to 5,000 litres a day can run dry within hours despite sufficient national reserves.
These people do not have the leverage to import fuel. So what happens is they scavenge from the oil marketers.
Right.
Now, on 14th, the prices that we were given are 1 month prior. So the product, the prices we are selling today are supposed to be 1 month ago. But unfortunately, I tell people in my pedestrian economics, markets react to reality way before they react to arrangements. So that is my thinking. That's how I see it.
It's actually the reality,
isn't it?
Yes,
so whenever there's tension, like just before I call
DJ
it
Trump.
Donald Trump. I call Vance. Vance. Before
JD Vance.
I call him DJ.
Okay.
Before JD Vance announced that the talks failed. Before then, when everybody believed that they were negotiating and
in
they were
Pakistan,
about to get, we were doing $94 per barrel. Immediately he came out and announced that things changed. The prices went up.
United Green Movement leader and presidential hopeful David Maraga has accused the government of failing to stop rising goon culture in politics ahead of the 2027 elections. Speaking in Bomet County during his Ukatiba caravan tour, the former Chief Justice warned that ongoing political violence could undermine national stability.
This is how countries like Haiti got into problems that they are in. And when we see something like this and we keep quiet, we'll lose the country. So that's why we are urging people to come out in large numbers so that we vote and change this government. So we are urging the young people to please register so that we vote next year. Next year is a crucial vote. It's a crucial vote we need to take, and nobody should be left behind.
Residents of Soin village in Molo constituency in Nakuru County have raised concern over rising cases of livestock theft. They say the incidents have created fear and insecurity in the area. This follows a recent case where raiders broke into a home and slaughtered a cow.
Sijaiona, ni kitu ya kustua sana, na tunasema ya kwamba maaskari wa area, because tuko na police post hapa na tunaona wameongezeka kwa police station. Tukaomba at least OCS wa Molo atusaidie sehemu hii ya Soin, because OCS usipoingilia hii maneno tutasaidika aje? Nataka at least OCS atume askari wake wakuja waweze kuangalia na jinsi ya kuona jinsi ambavyo wataweza kukamata au wezi.
Hii sio maneno ya kawaida. Na nataka niwaeleze watu wa Soin, kijiji ya Soin, sublocation ya Soin, mvumilie, muwe na amani.
Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez's wife, Begona Gomez, has been formally charged with corruption after years-long criminal investigation. According to a court ruling published on Monday, the probe is one of several corruption cases that have embroiled the socialist leader family and former allies, putting pressure on his minority coalition government. A judge opened the investigation in April 2024 to determine whether Gomez had exploited her position as Sanchez's wife for private gain, which she and the Prime Minister deny. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Good morning. Welcome back. It is now 8 minutes past 9 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. I'm with Siti Muge in the studio, and we are joined by a certified investment and finance analyst. And she's an officer at PowerShift Africa. I'm talking about none other than Mercy John. Mercy, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning to you as well. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure.
Karibu sana.
Yeah.
Before I ask you what exactly it is that you do, because I like your title, very long, very elaborate. City has got a methali or a proverb that he'd like to share with you so that you can give us your thoughts on it. Tell us what you think. Interpret it in the way that you think is best.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
So last week we were in the country of Kenya, this beautiful country of ours, today. And this week, actually, the entirety of this week, we shall be in Uganda. Yeah. Have you been to Uganda?
Yes.
Ah, good. City, over to you.
My mother is the best carrier of babies, said the baby.
The end. My mother is the best carrier of babies, said the baby.
No. Just take the statement for what it is. Assume there's a baby who's being carried and the baby is making the statement. Simple. No. You're overthinking it. The moment you overthink it, it's just a proverb. Why would a baby consider the mother to be the best carrier of babies?
Who else carries babies?
Bas, unaona sasa? Wewe ulikuwa ushaenda mbali. I could see the journey you were taking.
She was thinking as a certified public accountant.
Hiyo ndio kwenda mbali. This one,
certified investment and finance analyst.
Thank you. Me, I know of certified public accountants.
umemwita nini?
Accountant. But Mercy, karibu sana.
Thank you.
Kindly explain to us what exactly it is that you do.
So my background essentially is economics, and I've gone into the professional space as an investment and finance analyst. So I've based it on social enterprises. So how well are investments on the social side benefiting the people in as much as they are also creating money for you. You can also be an investment analyst and look at how people are investing in the markets. But because I am a civil society fanatic and I'm passionate about social impact, I have leaned towards how is investments aligning with bringing benefit to the people. So now at PowerShift Africa, there is a department of climate finance. So how is money flowing into the continent for climate investments? How are the banks structuring these investments? Is it coming in as a grant or as a loan? And trickling down is how are the governments actually using this money? Are they using it for the climate investments that they have said that they will do? And are these investments benefiting the people in the long run? And so Power Shift is making sure that looking at all this, being a voice for the African voice at the global space.
Right.
We do meetings with MDBs and multinational MDBs, multinational development banks.
Okay.
MDBs.
All right.
So
all right.
how are they bringing in this money? And we are pushing so much for it to come as grants because the climate crisis is not something that Africa caused.
Maybe you can tell us when we talk about investing in climate. What are some of the so that the common mwananchi can just visualize? Okay, so we have money, we invest in climate. Where exactly are we investing it? Because what comes to my mind, for example, is in eco-friendly business ideas or solutions. So we are planting trees, we are using less plastics, and we are using more maybe glass or metals. And you understand what I mean, yeah?
Yes.
But give me a more from your perspective and as an expert in the field.
Thank you very much for that question.
Karibu.
So let me start first at the structure. In climate finance, there is financing for mitigation and adaptation. So adaptation is how the countries are moving into adjusting into how the climate has changed. So it's not raining. What are you doing about it? You're building dams, you're doing irrigation. Mitigation, you're not using fossil fuel, you're transitioning renewable energy.
Right.
So this money can come through to Africa in public finance, private finance, or grants. The big chunk of it is public finance. So this is where the countries, because of the Paris Agreement, tell the developed countries, look, you guys have polluted, you need to pay us for the damage that you have caused. So there is a fund that is given to the developing countries. So countries have to come up with national adaptation plans and give a proposal. This is what we want to do in matters climate. So if they get this funding through the banks, the World Banks, so the World Banks are not, the countries are not giving it free of charge.
Yes.
Sadly, that's what we're pushing for.
Even the grants.
Yeah, the some are grants. Maybe 30% of it is coming out grants, and then we have private sector and public. But public finance, we have to pay interest.
Okay.
So this is weighing down on the countries through the debt, because it's also debt. We are paying for debt, and we are solving crisis we didn't do ourselves.
Okay.
So, but anyways, this money comes into the countries. So this is where you'll see the president say we are doing 15 billion trees. This is money that came in to fund that initiative.
So they are paying us to plant those trees.
Essentially, they're loaning us.
Okay.
So far, we're just getting loans, a lot of loans, more than grants. But the grants are coming mostly through the civil societies.
We are taking loans to plant trees.
Sadly.
Are the loan? What sort of loans are they that we are taking?
Concessional loans mostly.
They're mostly
but
concessional.
Not mostly. There's a debate around it. We are pushing for debt justice. We're pushing for better interest rates. But it's still debt. Most of it is still debt.
So what is it then? If it isn't mostly concessional, is it commercial?
Well, it's a capitalist world, so.
And the guys giving us this money are capitalists.
Well, they actually practice it.
So the sad part
They
about
define
it.
Yes, they do.
The sad part about it is that every African country can get these loans. The clause to make sure that it's used how it is supposed to be used is not very followed up. So as long as you have capacity to pay back, you will be given money. It's always about, are you able to pay back?
Do they have a mechanism for following up to ensure
but it's not
that you actually do what it says you said you do the money?
Technically,
they have the capacity. Actually, do they actually monitor these monies to say 15 billion trees will cost X number of shillings? So we've planted X, so ostensibly we've spent this portion of the 15 billion.
You know as much as I know.
I do not think so.
Even the other loans that come to the country.
I am not a finance analyst.
So there's only so much they can do. As long as country has capacity to pay back what it has been loaned. The follow-up is not usually very particular.
You know, I understand the need for us to borrow. I understand it well. But this is my question. There's always been, for countries that had colonizers, This century has been a century where we've had more debates than any other time for reparations. You came to our continent, you came to our country, this is what you did wrong. These are the number of people you killed. This is what you did. Now we need you to pay some reparations. The European countries are still dilly-dallying about it, even when the evidence is clear about what they did.
Yeah.
Now, if on a matter such as this one, which really is a matter of goodwill, we are sorry, even that is a problem, these European countries coming up and saying, okay, look, we are sorry, we just sorry. It's unfortunate, it is, man, they really go in for synonyms. Anything other than admitting this is what we did. So now, they want to give us money to plant trees.
Yeah.
And then because you've thrown in the climate issue, okay, this problem that we are having is affecting them more than it's affecting us. And somehow, when we talk about us planting trees and whatever the trees are supposed to do, there has to be a benefit for them, because these fellows don't go around dishing money because they like us. So much as they have their benefit, how do we determine that we balance it and also get benefit from it?
Yeah. Sadly, we need morally upright leaders who will do the right thing, because we can't be losing a lot of it through graft. If it can be directed to do the right things, it would benefit us a lot. Transparency International have a tool that has tallied how much Kenya has received in climate finance flows in the last 10 years. It's close to $1 trillion.
This trillion you're speaking of is in Kenya shillings?
Yes.
And we have actually received it?
Yeah, yes. And it shows the progress, the pledges. So you think maybe we would, those investments can do like a mega dam, and then we could invest in a lot of agriculture. Agriculture is actually a very good place to bring climate finance flows.
Explain why.
Because adaptation means we adapt to the changing climate. Where my grandmother is, when we go to visit, my grandmother is in Makueni. So we had this river. Yes. So we would swim at one of the rivers when I was 9. But now the water is not as much as it was when I was 9. I have seen a drastic change. Something is changing. For sure, something is changing. So, and it used to be about 30, 90 kilo bags of maize. Now it's 10. Something, the science is right. Everything is making sense. Something is changing. So why not invest in this? Makueni has so many regions. If they could just close off and decide, let's have 2 or 3 dams, let's invest in large-scale agriculture, that would be adaptation that will help so many people create so many jobs. Agriculture is a game changer, actually. If the rest of the continent is focusing on tech, AI, why can't Africa embrace it's being a farmland? We can feed the whole world, but we import 50% of what we consume.
We do?
Yes.
Did you say we can feed the whole world?
Yes, we have 60% of the world's arable land.
Okay, so before we get into this whole story of energy, which is why we brought you here today,
we're discussing energy.
The issue of carbon credits, I've always had could I say difficulty understanding how it plays into, and specifically now that we're talking about investment and financial implications of our climate, how do carbon credits play into all this?
First of all, I need to make it very clear that my organization is against carbon credits. It's just lying to the people, because it's giving the polluter permission to pollute. Essentially, if I am using coal to produce electricity, I get carbon credits. So there's a cap. I am allowed to pollute to a certain point. If I extend to that, I need to buy carbon credits. So now these carbon credits mean there's somewhere in Africa I'm offsetting the carbon that I am producing.
Yes.
So this is where it came about, the planting trees, the buying, the securing land, and then that's a carbon sink. From an investment perspective, carbon markets are very volatile because there's no regulation and no one is monitoring. Like just the buyer and seller decide that the seller decides I'm going to sell at this point.
They're virtual certificates.
Demand and supply do not decide carbon market prices, and that's the volatility about it.
Okay.
So this is why people are being duped. So you see the places where you're hearing the community didn't benefit from the credits. Maybe even the person who gave the credits above paid less. So we might blame the middleman, yet the prices were not fair enough from the top. Or the prices were good, but the middleman shortchanged the grounds people.
Where?
Yeah, so the carbon markets are very unpredictable for now, unless there's like a structure. But we're not.
But for you, you're like the other one is it's
you're paying
nonsense.
someone to continue polluting.
Even as you're explaining it, it is a bit of a con.
Yes.
Because essentially, you're being paid, one, not to industrialize, but you're also being paid so that person can balance their books. So for this amount of pollution, I planted so many trees in that place over there. So this thing, I'm balancing it. That thing's a con. Even as you listen to it, how exactly? Because have you ever been to China?
No, I've not.
You should. Some of these big cities, there's a smog that is permanently overcast. You will not know whether it is early morning, midday, or afternoon. When COVID struck,
it cleared.
It did. Not absolutely, but it cleared. Completely. Now, they've industrialized, seriously.
Yeah.
Now, that's the cost. Long before COVID, and before people started wearing face masks, they were wearing face masks.
Yeah.
So when COVID came, it wasn't new to them.
They're like, so Kenyans are wearing so don't know. We are okay doing it for a longer time. But I get that. I hope they're not listening.
Of course they're listening.
We have Chinatown.
Please don't take offense, guys. I mean no harm. But and that's why we are planting these 15 billion trees, because we are part of that deal somewhere.
More or less, but the 15 billion trees is a government initiative.
Yeah.
So I'm not pretty sure if the carbon, but we might have to check if we benefit from that.
Sawa.
But does the government take this issue of planting trees really seriously?
Guys, I really like to talk about the energy.
I want you to. All right. I'll let us pass that one. Let's talk about energy.
Let's talk about energy. So the topic is why energy sovereignty is critical for Kenya's economic stability. The president has been on about this for quite a while now. He said it when he was in Dubai. Kenya needs to up its electricity, energy production, and so on and so forth. We are currently looking to get into, what is it called, nuclear energy. Yeah. Why are you cringing?
Nuclear energy?
No. What are your thoughts on our production of nuclear energy?
Based on my knowledge on nuclear, is I'm really afraid of the waste. Nuclear waste is very dangerous. So I'm solely just looking at the impact that would be like if we do not have capacity to take care of just this normal waste.
The one that we are producing in our homes.
The ones that we interact with daily. What about this dangerous one? It would need a structure that is very reliable and really say much about what.
It would require the sort of discipline that we do not have.
Yes, thank you. That is pretty much it.
We sat here with someone from New Pair. I think he was a board member, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, but he was explaining to us that a lot of the nuclear waste that is produced all over the world is actually not waste. It can be reused. It's just fuel that can be reused somewhere else. It's like a byproduct. Like maybe we can get whey from milk. And when he explained it that way, I kind of, because I also was like you in terms of my reservations as far as nuclear energy is concerned. But now we also had other questions in regards to the safety of the production process. Number two, where the plant would be set up. Of course, now on matters to do with waste and so on and so forth. And perhaps we need to understand if we're going to get to the kinds of levels in terms of industrialization, so we can start manufacturing, continue manufacturing, or even take our manufacturing to the next level. We might need to think of other sources of energy other than what we already have in terms of geothermal. hydroelectric power, and even solar. Yeah. So I don't know, maybe should we look at other sources of energy that can compete in terms of production, capacity of production, like we would get from nuclear energy?
Yeah, so in economics, we talk about comparative advantage. What is the most efficient thing for a country to produce that would be better than the other? For Kenya, we've done so well with hydro, geo, and wind. We've not even expanded on that. I think there's need for us to exhaust that before we go to what capacity of nuclear do we have. If it's something that we can bank on, even a financial model will give you like a gross profit margin of above 40, then why not? But let's do the math first. Maybe government has already done it, but sure bet is solar, wind, and geo for Kenya, I would think.
Can we produce the energy requirements that we have from solar alone?
Not alone. We also have hydro, and we also have geo. So we're just expanding that to make it sustainable. And then also wind can also maximize on that. Can have windmills across the shorelines because there's always wind there. Just doing enough investigation on where can we really. It's easy to get fuel, but the fuel is cheap. A barrel is $75, but now it's gonna go to 100 because of the crisis. It's almost getting to 100. So that means maybe 75 bob for every 160 liters before it gets to the country. I guess when you factor in shipping, that's when
it gets to the pump.
Yeah, it gets to like 200 bob. But you see, it's looking like a cheap resource, and it's maybe very available where they get it.
Should we rely though on fossil fuels, considering they also are not an infinite product? You know, we even countries that are producing it are trying to get away from it because they realize in another maybe few decades this thing will be history.
Run out.
Yeah, run out of fossil fuel. Yeah,
it's just a natural process. I wouldn't advocate for saying it will run out because people are still.
The production dying. Anyway wouldn't be as much. Yeah, people are dying, yes. But it will take another 65 million years before we get oil.
Okay.
No, but Paul,
yes.
Paul, it is true. But if you're talking about a resource, like say fossil fuels that you speak of, this planet is huge.
Very huge.
The areas where you find the oil are not that many, and it doesn't cover the entirety of this planet. So if all we're talking about is the availability, I would ask the question, what is it that we need to do with the energy that we have in plenty and which is genuinely renewable? Given the capacity that we already have, what is it that we need to do to ensure that we actually utilize it in as much as we possibly can? Because again, it is renewable. You've heard me say this on many occasions. This geothermal setup we have in Naivasha, okay? The first ones are around 35 years old. That's the age of, and I'm being specific here, the Toshiba pump
turbines.
Yes, 35 years old. They haven't changed them.
They're older than me.
Yes. So what am I saying? If you know how geothermal works, Haki, there's nothing more renewable than that thing. You pump out all that steam and it goes right back down. Now, why? There are those who understand the seismic nature of the planet.
Yes.
And they argue that the drilling of some of these wells that then produce this geothermal power may, especially when you're talking about a place like the Rift Valley, which is already a fault, it may have repercussions. Be that as it may, we have the capacity, not because we are technologically savvy, but we actually have the resources that can enable us to actually show how these things can be done. Already, we are leading. When it comes to the planet, we are a leading country when it comes to how we've used renewable energy. That little bit of what makes us, what stops us? Now I'm asking you, Mercy, what stops us from actually ensuring that that is predominantly what you, that everything else that we have is just a backup?
There's definitely need for African continents they can actually leapfrog to use renewable energy.
My point exactly.
Right now, the crisis is exposing that Africa is not able to survive on fossil fuel.
Who's pushing that narrative?
Who's pushing which narrative?
That Africa cannot survive on renewable energy.
No. It's just a structural exposure. Look at what is happening. That the crisis in Ukraine, the prices went up. In fact, matatus raised their fares and they never went down after that.
Matatus never lower their prices.
They should have.
So it's not as
So
though.
it's probably going to happen again now with this small. So all these shocks, and then people panic, and then oil prices go up, go down. We have limited. It's just exposing that we are not fully able to sustain our energy needs with fossil fuels.
Okay, renewable energy. I have a former classmate of mine who's an engineer, and he told me something like 5-6 years ago. It made sense academically, because in my shacks there's a river near where we stay. I started looking at that river afresh, because he explained to me what was needed to generate sufficient electricity from that river for the people who are in my environs. If you do 100 meters.
That village?
Yes, that village. And he explained it simply. And he told me what most people don't know is that even in the early part of the previous century, many people who were in the plantations for tea generated their own electricity. They did. Some had rivers, some used what we refer to as refuse, or the residue of whatever it is they have, but they produced their own electricity to the point where they would even sell some to the grid.
Wow.
Yes. Oh, by the way, we have this unique quality as this country. We've perfected the means of moving backwards. We move forward very well, then we engage in reverse gear, and then we just keep going back. Then someone else comes, and then we never ask why did we go back. We start talking about it as though we are the people who are seeing this for the first time. Then an ancient crocodile like myself tells you, actually, that's not true. We actually had this before, and this is how it worked. So when it comes to even our rivers, and we look at our flooding, the simple solution usually is to dredge the river, so that the water finds capacity in which it can move in. When you dredge the river, and the speed with which the water moves, the capacity to actually build dams, as we say, we have the rivers, okay? If we are now talking about producing electricity, forget the mega dams we speak of, like the Renaissance Dam in Ethiopia. No. Small projects that meet the needs of a community. It'll be cheaper.
But economies of scale, government invests large scale, benefits even more people.
Government invests large scale, then there is the issue of now the logic of how electricity gets to you. Okay? See, that same argument cannot be faulted for the simple reason that the government has never tried to do these small scale electricity producing plants.
Yeah.
And with modern technology, specifically coming from China, these are things that can be done. If it is done, then the argument, and we find that this thing isn't quite working. Why is it then that we have places in this country where they are not connected to the grid? Kenya Power provides generators and what have you, but they are not connected to the grid. If a production unit that is fueled by fossil fuel, i.e. a generator, can be used there, why don't you then consider places which actually have the means to have that production using something renewable like water? I'm saying this, the need to actually utilize not the resources we have, but our brains to ensure that we get the right formula of how it is people can best be served.
Yeah.
The moment someone mentions big government projects, I shudder, I'm afraid.
It's because you've not seen where it works. Oh, wait, maybe you've seen, but maybe outside.
True. I've seen how it works. Huh? Where it works, you have a problem of maintenance. So it doesn't work as well as it could. If you look at just the number of rivers we have in this country, and they're not seasonal, and you look at the number of dams that we actually have and how it is they function, I'm simply saying it is not the unavailability of know-how, no it isn't. In just the previous hour, where skills were transferred by the Japanese to Kengen now, we're told, is in Ethiopia, showing the Ethiopians what we do. Now you tell me, what stops us from actually doing more of those things in many parts of the country? Because with modern technology and modern science, the knowledge of where the power source isn't difficult to figure out. How many countries do you know of that have water? We have sun, we have wind, and now we have geothermal. I mean, for heaven's sake, how many countries on the planet have those things?
Apart from Iceland.
No, Iceland has it in plenty, and they utilize it fully. And them, sun is a story to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When we look at the economies of scale, for instance, from your point of view as an economist, what would be the right mix that would guarantee that the citizenry, we're talking hypothetically, what would be the right mix that would make the citizenry benefit fully from the abundance of natural resources that we actually have?
We're looking at a utopia where Africa is oil-free, right?
That is a good start, yes.
Yeah, so this would mean we have solar farms in the Sahel, in the northern part of Africa. And this would only work if we had regional partnerships. So if we have the northern part give us solar. Where it's windy, they give us wind, the energy from the wind. Where they have plenty of geothermal, let's capitalize on that. And then have a continental grid. We can't, that's why it's doing it small is not very efficient. But if we could do it as a region, capitalize, what do you have an advantage at? Solar. Maybe at the northern part of Africa, our challenge would be now figuring out how to get the sand out of the panels, because that would be a challenge. But that's something we can work about. Maybe they could be tilting every hour so that we shake off the sand, but that's possible from there. And then the shorelines can have windmills. Let's get that going. Africa needs 200 billion to invest in renewable
We're speaking
energy.
about dollars here, aren't we?
Dollars, yes.
American dollars.
Yes.
Right.
To about $200, but we get about 30% of that investment annually. We spend 150 billion on oil. If we could stop importing oil for like a decade, that's $1 trillion USD. We can invest so much in the continent with that money, don't you think?
Yes, I do think. I mean, and it's like City said, it's a good place to start. Yeah, but what would power sovereignty or energy sovereignty for us look like?
That would mean Kenya has secure, predictable, and resilient control over its supply and pricing of its energy needs. So this basically means we produce our own energy, full. We're not getting anything from outside, and we're as civil society, we're pushing for not using fossil fuels. Yeah. So this essentially would mean we've realized that this shock is revealing that Africa doesn't have enough reserves. For instance, Kenya has 2 to 3 weeks. The International Energy Association recommends 90 days of reserved fuel. But Africa countries have 2 to 3 weeks. They don't have capacity to hold that much. So are we really fossil capable?
No, we are not.
Actually, what is of interest when you talk about being fossil capable, remember, one of the unique qualities of this particular continent, the vast majority of our population is in the rural areas. So some of the amenities that we take for granted in town, they do not have. So this enormous need for even what is powered by fuel oil isn't as great as it is in the developed countries. So even when we talk about our usage, it is not usage for the vast majority of the population of this continent. The thing that the Indians and the Chinese did for us in revolutionizing transport, they brought the piki-piki, the motorcycle, because that is what you find in rural areas on this continent in plenty. But what they use in terms of consumption of the byproduct of crude oil is minuscule compared to what large industry utilizes when they utilize it. People who use vehicles that are four-wheeled and in bigger places and where they are greater in number. It is for that reason that we find that the advent of electric vehicles seem to have picked up as an interest. Okay? Now this brings me to the question, electric vehicles, are they renewable?
I worry, by the way, let me just say this first. I worry how much we continue producing. We are always manufacturing. Where are we going to take all this waste? Because the cars, there's a new car being manufactured. There's a new, there are tires, there are parts, there are everything. There's earphones, headphones. Everything is TVs are being produced every day. We're not thinking about how is it going to look like? Where are we going to take all this weight? But anyways, as the cars are being produced, Elon is revolutionizing electric cars, right? But what about a car whose sunroof is a solar panel? So I'm charging as I move around in town. I'm charging as I park my car. I discovered that electricity, in 1900, the US already had electricity. They did try an electric train then. So why is it that electric cars are becoming famous now? What happened? Did someone sabotage for the oil?
Oh, yes, they did.
They did?
Yeah, there are movies, documentaries, books on this.
Talk about solar. You know, when solar first, the idea of solar power first became popular.
Imagine that.
The previous century, around the 1960s. And it is said that the oil companies are the ones who bought off the franchises of solar. Yes, because they understood this was a direct challenge. Why don't we look at a far nicer example?
Okay.
For instance, there's a company that is called Coca-Cola. Okay. One of the reasons why that company does so well, anything that you drink, they consider it competition. Among the things that
including water.
I was getting to water. Yes. So they decided, why don't they just produce their own water? But then they figured out this water isn't enough. The people who produce fruit juices, why don't they produce their own? Yes. They understood, if people are consuming it, why can't we produce it? Okay. So all we're saying is, if you're talking about a capitalistic leaning towards things, if money can be made from it, they will try and see how best they can make money from it. And one of the things that capitalists do is they actually stifle competition. Brother Elon Musk is going to have a hard time. The Chinese have overtaken him in these things. So wish him luck.
You have an issue with the production of electric vehicles or the internal combustion engine vehicles? Or all of them?
I just wonder why. That was just something
as a by the way.
But how are we investing for now and the future? What are we, and how are we planning? Like, for instance, the government launched that there was going to be a train from Naivasha to Uganda.
Actually, from Mombasa all the way to Uganda.
Our work leadership is launching an electric one. Looking forward, we need to phase out fossil fuels. That's what Kenya is saying it will do. So why not this train now? Why is it not going to be run via renewable? Why are we not doing investments that way? Why can't all the transport systems now be transitioning into being vehicles that are run?
Because we do not have that energy sovereignty.
No. What we lack in terms of sovereignty is the freedom of thought processes that enable people who we like referring to as leaders to actually look at a future beyond their lifetime. Because the decisions that seem to be made by the people we donate power to, they think within the very narrow space of their lifetime and what would suit their purposes. If they thought beyond their lifetime, the decisions will be completely different from what we see.
And sovereignty is within our grasp, is for African countries to transition. But we are saying they don't need to transition, they can leapfrog. Like, decide this train is going to be electric. Dude, if this train had solar panels and the way it's usually long, it won't move. It'll still move. Do we need a lot of investment for that? It's going to cost us more than it would have if it was an electric train.
There's a country that is next to us here. It's called Ethiopia. They have something similar to ours, but theirs electric. There's another country just down here is called Tanzania. They are also doing something similar. It's also electric. And the really marvelous thing about it is that it's costing less
than what it is
for longer distances.
Sovereignty also put up charging ports in that. You see the way we have border shades and they put their faces on it. If they put
what did these politicians do to you?
If they put those shades for electric cars, incentive for people to buy. Because if, for instance, I definitely want to buy an electric car, but I worry about where I need to plug it in, or I'm in traffic and it's gone off. So sad for me, man.
a country like Norway, which produces oil, by the way, is at 90% usage of electric cars in its population. It is actually cheaper to import an electric vehicle than it is to import an ICE engine, an ICE vehicle. If you look at how they looked at their laws, then they're already thinking in the future. They have oil, but they're like, guys, we don't even want to use this thing. Tunauzia watu wengine hii kitu.
5 million.
Ni kweli. But Titi, if I look at, nakumbuka tulifunzwa something called scale, they might be 5 million, we are 60 million, but if 5 million can do it, surely 60 million should be able to do it.
The reason why I'm running interference with your thought process is this. I have read a little bit about the history of the Scandinavians, and I know how long it took them to even get to a point where they could just agree with each other. Okay? And I look at ourselves, and this is where Mercy is right. We don't have to follow in the footsteps of these people. We can actually leapfrog and do things that even they haven't done. Yes, we don't have to wait for them to do it.
In this age of AI.
Yes. And a country like this one here, that is a net exporter of human resource. Goodness, we have abundance to the point where we actually, we don't donate, but we export it to other people. Surely, you're telling me that something that is as straightforward as what we're discussing here is beyond the capacity of our people? It is not. It is not. The problem is it's not beyond the capacity. It is beyond the capacity of our leaders. The people, it is not. Because, see, this is where leadership comes in. You look at the Norwegians, and I admire the leadership they have. And I admire the individuals who pushed for this idea, for instance, of their sovereign fund. Okay? It's the biggest on the planet. $2.1 trillion US. Yani, ni pesa tu for the future. So you're right. The 5 million is significant. But it didn't happen in a day. It took decades for them to get to the point where even they understood the sovereign fund, what to do with it, how to invest, and with time it just becomes your culture. That's what you do. The Japanese are able to lend people money because their people have a culture of saving like you've never seen before.
Yeah.
So they have money. They trade with it. They do business with it. Their industries, the really huge ones, it's the same thing that the South Koreans do. The government always has an input in these huge industries. That's why a company like Samsung in Korea, we know it as a company that makes TVs and phones. They make ships, for heaven's sake.
Yeah, they also make fridges, and microwaves. But I get your point, City.
Interesting.
Not only do they do household appliances, but they do heavy industrial vehicles as well. Yeah. So now, in terms of our energy requirement, and the president said, I think he said something to the tune of 10,000 megawatts.
Yeah, it was 10.
Yeah, and he told us the fact that and that's why we probably even need to invest in this nuclear energy power plant. My only reservation, or rather what I expect from all of this, whether we go the nuclear, of which I understand now we're already going there, our sharp tafuta mahali sijui ni Siaya where they're going to set up that plant. There's another area in the coastal region, I think it's Malindi, they're going to set up another power plant. Is that whoever takes over after President Ruto will actually utilize that energy, you know? And in terms of, I've always been talking about manufacturing here and asking ourselves, why are we so behind? Yet, like City has said, we have so much manpower. You know, we have all these energetic people who are just bumming around when you need to tunanona because we have nothing to do. We can probably expand that energy if we actually started doing some of these things. I look at countries such as China, and I ask myself, they have all this manufacturing going on there. We also have land that we can manufacture, we can use to manufacture here. We might not have all the products that the raw materials rather needed, but if China can do it, we can also do it as well, you know. And for me, that is perhaps the reason why we need so much energy, so much power to produce for our industries. We have in pharmaceutical industry, we need to be producing our own ARVs, we need to be producing our own condoms, we need to be producing all these things that we are getting from outside. Yeah. We should be doing it here.
Yeah, we are very capable of being a sustainable continent. If even as much as maybe Kenya cannot do a lot on its own, we have the Africa Free Trade Agreement. We can always cross over each other's borders, supporting each other with our, I'll go back to comparative advantages. So what are you good at? Do that. Give it to Nigeria. Don't need to. We can even have an African dollar, for all I know.
What you're saying is absolutely true. You know, one of the things that somehow never seems to sink when we talk about the African leadership, there's this small little detail of something we refer to as infrastructure, which is very key in logistics. The Africa Free Trade Area is a beautiful idea, but one of the pitfalls it has is just something called cost. Infrastructure, well positioned, lowers costs over time. Now, and that's why we have the idea, and it's even implementable. The Mombasa-Nairobi road is not the Mombasa-Nairobi road. It's part of the Trans-Africa Highway.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, the problem is, if we're supposed to go through southern Sudan, we may have a bit of a problem there. They have issues they haven't quite sorted out yet.
Yeah.
So it becomes tricky. The bane of our existence as Africans. We thought Sudan was okay. Now Sudan is burning as we watch. You see, there are people on this planet who will never want us to get to what you're saying.
Sad. That is so sad.
Yeah, these guys who give us money to plant trees, they will actually never really want us to, because it's a direct challenge to what they have done. But this is the failing of the thinking process of people who look at life and quantify it in terms of material wealth. If Africa benefits, so do they. They've already benefited. Cities, great cities in the West, would never have thrived if they were not traders and slaves. That's what gave them the money to do the things they do. The plantations they had would never have worked if there were no slaves to work on those particular plantations so they could do what they were doing. Somehow, this particular thought is often lost on those who have a purity of thought when it comes to how they feel that everything must have a commercial aspect to it, and that you must pile this influence through money as much as you possibly can. They miss out on a larger picture here. Because we are a market, but at the same time we are a source of production. When you go to a country where wildlife is something like a beetle, you know, those guys have a problem. It's not like they didn't have wildlife. That's what they did with their wildlife.
Their wildlife is on their walls.
Yes, exactly. A gecko is wildlife. So, yet if you look at their history, they had wild animals. What did they do? Now, they know what they did and they regret. And that's why they formed these little groups where they want to save the elephant, the northern white rhino, the reticulated giraffe. Because they know. Now, when you have an advantage like we have where somebody taught you their language, and so you even know how they think because you speak their language, and you can understand the things they did. Their disadvantage, they never bother to find out how we speak, how we think. Ole kwao. But that advantage, I'm going back to Mercy's point, that is what should enable us to leapfrog. That one. A continent that civilized Europe, mara tatu. some listeners will think like that's theoretical. Actually, it's true. If you're a student of history, you'll understand that everything I'm saying here is absolutely true.
Yeah.
But somehow, we're still handicapped. Though this handicap is not entirely negative. I'll tell you why. When you look at what it is that makes Africa so unique, partly it's because we've had leaders who have not wanted to industrialize for the benefit of their people. And time has caught up with them, so now we're in the 21st century, and the thinking about many things has changed because it's the information age. So people are not as ignorant as Paul like saying, what to...
Si wajinga bwana. Watu si wajinga bwana.
Yeah, Africa must unite, and Africa needs leaders that have character, capacity, and competence. Those are some of the things that are holding us back, because I feel if we had leaders that are looking at the future, we'd have anticipatory policy making. So what would the next 10 years, 20 years, this policy look like for the young people then, for the energy situation now? What if there's another war? Are we always just going to adjust to shocks? It's just revealing that we need to think about the future. And the future is renewables for Africa.
Yeah.
And the future is
renewable energy.
Yes, and a united Africa and good governance.
Yeah.
Can't have one without the other.
Apart from transportation and manufacturing, where else can we use all this energy that we're looking for?
Green fuels. So now clean cooking. That's a big one for Africa, actually. So I think in Kenya people are still using kerosene. So now firewood. So now
and
providing cleaner ways, and this just biofuels would be our best shot at this, even if it's not the natural gas per se.
Yeah, like biodiesel.
Or this, what do you use? What do you come up with? Biogas after the waste.
Yes.
Once we have capacity for that if we expand our agriculture.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you know, there are some folks who are doing it in the rural areas. Kuna watu they don't even know mtungi ya gas inabayanga wapi.
They have solar, they have gas for their cooking.
Yeah, they are completely off grid.
Yeah, I would have
so they have solar for their lighting, they have biogas for their cooking. And you go there and you just look at these folks and the way they are surviving
and they
thriving.
Produce their own food.
Yes. And then there's that. They are producing their own food. You look at them and you're like, yeah, perhaps I need to come back to Ushago.
And then you homeschool.
Yeah.
And then you're good.
Because you can't do that in the city. You cannot do that in the city.
No.
All right. Are we factoring in AI as far as our energy production is concerned?
We definitely should. We definitely should, because as we are speaking right now, AI is replacing so many jobs. So what a country essentially needs to do, especially in policy making, is looking at is there jobs that we need to protect in the future with AI, and are there instances where we need to merge AI in terms of innovation for renewable energy. And you know, the funny thing for Africa is that we don't need to think. We have economies that are 100 years, 50 years ahead of us. We can just get to where they are and they have the data. We don't have to like
we don't have to struggle the way they struggle to get there.
We just go plug in and play.
Yeah, it's work. There's policy. The beauty about other developed countries, it's evidence-based policy. The problem with African leaders, it's policy-based evidence.
All right. Because that's part of the reason why the president was like, you know, guys, we need a lot of energy. If we're going to get in terms of AI, if we need to... we need to set up data centers. And guys were like, by the...
Continue replacing people's jobs. Instead of looking at how can they coexist, jobs and AI.
Yes.
You know, when you enter the realm of politics, that logic that is very sound in the studio here is not that logical if it can't get you votes.
Yeah. If it cannot get you votes, forget about it.
So the politician, then the reason why civil society makes sense is the politician needs a lot of help in getting the right things done. They understand it, they'll even talk about it. Getting it done, completely different story. Because they're always juggling God knows what. So again, in Kenya we do not have a shortage of members of the civil society. No. But there's something that I must say before we leave. we've never learned to protect our gains as Kenyans.
Even Africa, maybe.
You know, in Africa, you've taken us into the deep blue sea. There are parts of this continent where
kidogo is a problem. Sawa. We have come to the end of the show. Thank you so much, Mercy, for coming through.
Thank you for having me.
Karibu tena sana. Perhaps next time we shall be talking about what in terms of steps, perhaps even markers that we can use just to see that we're either heading there in the right direction or we're heading there in a very different and bad direction. Yeah. Big shout out to King Julian. Amesema yeye ni silent listener na tuwachingi. He says that Radio Generation is his default station. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. And then we have Samson Abok and many others. When tuandikia message hapo awali, I didn't get the chance to read your messages. We have MC Tonje kama kawaida, and we also have Usa janambia jina yake, but amesema salamu mzee wetu wa busara na kijana yake Mbuvi, endeleeni kutujaza na kutuelimisha katika show hii yenu ya kufana tena sana. Shukran wadau. Lakini hadi kesho tupatane hapo asubuhi na mapema.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.